we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And I see Piggy just got here. Hi, Piggy. Good to see you, and glad that you could make it in. Welcome to all of you, and let's see, where shall we start today? Of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream, and it's a quiet day in the volcano world. Unfortunately, it's another one. We need more volcano action somewhere, somehow, some way. Those lava workers are laying on the beach in Hawaii. We know what's going on, and it's horrible. We need some action somewhere. So anyway, good to have everyone here today, and of course we will give you the best that we can and try to keep everything above board and honest and fair and all that, you know, what we always try to do. So anyway, let's start out before I forget who got the cookies. Of course, Hermione being so quick, I've got a sneaky hunch it's actually Fluffy that's hitting the keys there, but Hermione and Fluffy get the cookies and the mouse today. So that is the starter there. So that is all good. And we will say hello to our wonderful moderators. So Arizona Snowman, Piggy, who just showed up, welcome, and good to see you and glad to have you on board. And then of course people like C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Joseph Fields, and Lucas Snow might be all hiding in the background there. So that is all good, not a worry. And let's maybe we'll get at names right away for all the good people that are here, and we'll work on getting Piggy a cart right away too. So I can't do everything at the same time. My multitasking skills are limited to about 7 or 8 things at once. Anyway, welcome to Connie and Tyree and Billy Bob Joe, who I didn't get a bad pun from today, and Echo, the bot, and Sasha, and Sue Hayes, and Leo Carlson from Down Under, and Henry Nelson is here, Hermione, and Fluffy, of course, who got the cookies. Lizoid is back in, and welcome. And we got Henry already, going up a little more, looking to see, I see a Storm Chaser 1211 made it in. Good to have you on board. And Tom Dice and Pepper are here as well. Good to have you here. And still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people. Oz from Down Under as well. Good to have you on board, Oz. And always a pleasure to see you there. And going up some more, looking for more wonderful people. Let's see, who else we got amongst the chat, which is always very busy. So I really do like that. That does mean a lot to me, because that means you guys are, you know, enjoying being here, chatting with each other and the like. So that is always a good, brings together a good family, if you will. Bill Kimmel, Bill, welcome. Good to have you on board. And let's see, still scrolling up some more, looking to see if I can spot any other names in there. And the idea of a lava pizza is a little on the crunchy side. For the crust anyway. I don't know if I could chew on that too well, but that's okay. I don't see any others up in the top. Maybe some more in the bottom will pop in. We'll see. We do have a lower turnout right now than we typically do, but that is okay. I'm sure it will pick up a little bit, and we will get more wonderful people sliding in, like Diane, who just got here. And let's see, where is my navigator? Who scared him? Well, he is still there. He's partially submerged, but some of the others have disappeared. And Mars 2028, welcome. And Sandra Rockland says, I'm here. Art the bottom. Art the bottom? Yeah, got it. Sandra Rockland, welcome. And Art the bottom, eh? Okay, that sounds like it was painted in there. Very artistic of you. So all good. Oh. Well, let's start out with the kind of bad news that we've got out of Turkey and Syria. The tolls are already going up way high. Tolls reported between Turkey and Syria are over 12,000 people have perished. And that's so far, and they are not even at 50%. Sandra Rockland says, I meant at the bottom. Well, art the bottom is pretty good too. Christian Bryant, welcome. Glad to have you on board. So all good there. But yeah, it's unfortunate with what's gone on there, but we know that Turkey has always been a region with many strong earthquakes, and these things happen. It's just something that is part of what we're living on, and still getting quakes every 10 minutes or so, Dr. Fox. Thanks, Piggy. Yeah, I see that on my list here. There is multitudes, and most of them are smaller, but on occasion we're still seeing a 5 or a little bit higher pop in there, and it's unfortunate that is happening, but not much we can do to stop it. It is what it is. It's the planet we live on, and that happens to be a bad region for earthquakes. And that's all we can say about that, unfortunately. I do understand that the president there, when he got into power, he had basically, increased the building codes and all that. But he got in, 3 years after their last big one, and a lot of that rebuilding had already been done under the older codes. And, it is what it is. Mon DJ here as well, welcome. Mars 2028 says CBS News said they expect the final death toll to be at least 20K. Yeah, that is, it's a horrible thing, Mars. But I don't know what we can really say about that. It's a tragedy. It really is a heartbreaking tragedy to see those numbers that high, and that is a natural disaster. And those are things that we as humans should try to figure out how we can build our structures better on this wonderful planet, because Mother Nature really isn't going to give us a break, and it doesn't really matter what we say or do. It's how we act on the knowledge that we have of what goes on. So, build better structures and build them in such a way that things don't drop. And heed the advice of the experts that have done the testing on certain styles of buildings and so on. you know, there's a lot out there collectively around the world. You know, like I mentioned before, Japan did a heck of a lot of testing, and some of their buildings, you know, they are probably the best designed in the world to withstand larger earthquakes and that type of thing. So it's something that, you know, the rest of the world might want to open their eyes and look at and work on and continue to you know, better in the future, and that way less things happen. But anyway, let's get back to our wonderful volcano stuff, because that's what it's really all about. Our wonderful lava family here. So I know a gentleman who lost his home in 2002 in India. Okay. Yeah, there's many. Japan is ahead of everyone. Well, Japan took the time to do the testing, and you know, it is the right thing. Japan did look at it and say, well, what can we do to make this right, or to at least give people a chance? And they did that. Yes, Tom, I do agree. If it was in 1970, it would be a whole different ball game. And you know, even if you take a look back at the big one that they had in 1999, which took the lives of 19,980 people, you know, basically 20,000 people. It's kind of that same reoccurrence, if you will. Although in this situation, you know, it's actually two separate earthquakes, but it's one of those things, you know. Heed the advice. Take a look around the world. How do you stop it from happening? And take care of your people, you know. And I understand it's a lot more costly to build a structure that is, you know, more able to withstand things. But you know, would you, like, and I'm kind of sounding a little bit crude here when I say this. As a government, would you rather, you know, have people being alive and having a healthy income to pay a reasonable amount of tax, than having to cut through the losses and do the other thing, you know? And common sense would, you know, if your government would say, hey, let's boost our populace and let's give them a better life. And yes, it costs the population more, but still, in turn, it also saves lives, right? So these are things to consider. I mean, it's all a tough political thing that can be rectified a little bit if people are applying it in the right way and show proper reasoning for why a government would be doing certain things, you know. And of course, there's always going to be those that want to try to build something cheaper and you know, sell it for the same price as the expensive places, that kind of thing. And that happens everywhere. And it's one of those things. So, hey, Maria is here. Good evening to you, and glad to have you on board, Maria. Anyway, let's get on with our volcano work. So, I don't have any fancy stuff today. As far as no time lapses or anything like that. Speaking of that kind of stuff, and the reason I don't is one of the things was I was doing a little bit more training today. Went out on another little training session, and of course some of the videos there. So Friday I will be doing my first solo service call, and this is just piecework stuff. So it will bring a little bit of income in, and otherwise, while I'm waiting for the other jobs to come to fruition. So that is a little bit of good news. So at least for me, and hoping that will work out well enough to do its thing. So yeah. Yeah, it is kind of cool, and I'm hoping things will get better that way. So, yeah, that is a much better news in that sense. So, what else is there? Good news. Let's get our big banner off at the top of the screen here, and take a look at this. And of course we see our navigator still there. We do see the other rock that was here has completely melted and disintegrated or sunk, or the navigator got him. I have no idea. Not sure what this guy's doing. He was more over here, and he seemed to moved a little bit, and the other ones that we had on the back, we are seeing very little remnants of them. So definitely some changes in our lava pond. The output seemed to slow down a little bit. Yeah, Fuego went kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. I do have that video. We'll take a look at that in a little while once we get to that point. Yeah, I don't know if they submerged, or partially submerged and got molten, and you can't see me. Oh, hang on. Is my hamster not visible? Oh, hamster is invisible. I'm turning the visibility on. There, okay, there's the navigator. There's this other rock, and then the other ones that were in the back, and the one that was sitting out front here has disappeared. And we do see a little bit in the back here, not sure if that is the submarine or whatever. And I can't see your hamster. I'm still going to get, instead of a mouse pointer, I'm going to get a hamster for this. I have to. That would be pretty awesome. Follow the hamster around the screen. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the earlier shots. So, of course, this one was about 11:33. Did note that in the back here, you see how that was kind of folding together. And I thought, okay, are we going to get another big rock forming there or something? But that is kind of an upslope on both sides, and really kind of weird that folded like that. But that is what we had there. And of course we don't see those front rocks here at all, or the other ones that were in the back. Moving on, let's go to this shot. And of course I didn't get the ones I wanted from early this morning. I really would have enjoyed that, because we did have a little bit more lava over here on this far side here. And that would be the northeast, I guess, because this is south in this direction, and east over here, and west over here, so north over there, so northeastish. We would have seen a little bit more of that lava flow. Hamster, mouse, Amazon. Oh, piggy. I'll have to look at that and see. Oh. I'll show that in a little bit. We'll show that. That's an actual hamster. Sort of. That is cute. We'll definitely have to bring that up. Anyway, looks pretty awesome. We do still see our old lava pond here. it looks like the level may have risen a little bit, or we've see more breakage happening in here. We can definitely see some more cracking on the side, and this little outcropping that is changing. So I'm not sure what exactly is going on there. This, of course, was the old primary vent. Very hard to see, but that is where the little fountain is right now, and definitely looking smaller than what we had before as far as the lava pond. So it is shrinking, and we are definitely yeah, give you a giggle. It will give everyone a giggle. It's pretty cool. I didn't know they made those, Piggy, but that is cool. Now, do I top in for weather again? Tube in for weather again. So windy here right now. Type in. Oh, you want to put the exclamation W, and then a space, and then the name of your town, and maybe a comma behind it, and then the country, a space, and then the country. So if you type it, you can try it and see what happens. If you make a mistake, we'll fix it for you, or somebody will. Okay, no, you put a space. It should be exclamation W, no a space, and no colon in there. So somebody want to fix that for Maria, and get that in there. So as she gets her weather, that would be all right if somebody could do it. If you can't, I will. But anyway, looking at the amount of smoke still in that same area, we see a lot. And okay, let me do that then. No, Piggy. Spaces. Where's the spaces? Yeah, there, Sue got it, and that is okay. Windy, 16 kilometers an hour, 16 miles per hour, 26 kilometers per hour, and Leo brought it up as well. So, yep, that is it. So there you go. And yeah, perfect example. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there. Let's go over to the next shot. This, of course, was from 11:40 a.m. And there is our lava lake in the back. I got to get my other screen back up here, and we can see the vent over here. We can see some rock over here that's still fairly exposed. You can see a few of the outflows, and a little bit right there, and you see some older outflow from during the night in the back here. And remember what I was saying, this is a slope downward, so we're going to see all that eventually infill. But I do want to bring attention to this in here. That little pond that's about an acre in size or so, it burst out and spilled quite a bit of fresh lava, which you can see very clearly here that it did a pretty good job. And we're also seeing more hot lava right there, and I don't know if this is going to cool off. We'll take a look at the new shot right away. See very little over on this side right now. Of course, our old lava pond still red hot, not so much in the toe area. The Hornito here still kind of active. We're not seeing anything from the old vent, and when we slide down a little bit to take a look at the bottom, we are still seeing the glow spots, but nothing major there. So that is kind of what we had. Let's refresh this one. Irish Monk, welcome, and whoop, I clicked the wrong button. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk, for that. Paid the big fella at the door, and that is very kind of you. And let me write that down. Irish Monk. And Irish Monk sent us a little video today we're going to watch, and we'll show that after the bacon seeds. But thank you kindly, Irish Monk. You're an awesome guy, and do appreciate that wonderful support. And I hope that big fella didn't give you any trouble. Yeah, so that was the refreshed version of what we see here. So this is from 1400. We do see a new outflow right there from this generalized area, and some smaller outflows along the points here. So we know there was a little bit more lava popping up into the area here earlier, and another little one on the backside. So I guess that would be the southeastern corner here for the most part. Interesting to see, and this is definitely cooled off. And I'm not sure, it looks like almost like it's building itself a mound right in here as well. And that is kind of newish looking, and it is covered in lava. So I wonder if we're getting some uplift there because of that little vent of that 1 acre area. Pretty neat looking. Let's go to the next shot. Of course, this one was from 11:50 a.m. This is, of course, that B1 camera from the other angle. And we do still see some of the rock material in there that had lifted up, but it doesn't look like it's up anywhere near as high as what we previously seen yesterday. So I'm wondering if things are subsiding in there. Actually, this area here, it's hard to judge, but this area actually looks like it's up a little higher. So I wonder if this is up and the rocks are just kind of sitting behind it. We do still see a fairly decent decline on the sides. So like I say, the outer edges have a lot of a place for filling up if the lava pond here overflows. And it is definitely built itself up. So I'm sure in the future we're going to see this trying to spill out a little bit more as this thing tries to make itself a little higher. One thing I did not see today was more quakes or anything in the area to stir things up. Here's the 1420 shot, so it gives you a little better idea. We do still see some of those lava berms around the edges. Still an opening here, and of course it looks like an opening on this side as well, right in there, just a little guy. And that's kind of it for what we're seeing, and definitely seeing a downward slope on this side as well. Not sure if that's just a trickery of the camera, but to me it looks like it's going downhill, and that's kind of what we have. I need to sleep, but I want to say hi. I'll be in the background. All right, Maria. Well, if you need to sleep, just rest yourself and, do what you need to. Good night, Maria, and pleasant dreams, lovely dreams at that. So, all good. Let's carry on here, and we'll head over to, well, I'm going to put this back here first so I can find it later. And let's go over to Iceland and see what it is like there. And Iceland wasn't very, very happy today. Let's see if I can find it. I had to change screens a little bit. There's Iceland. I had to reboot again. I was trying to do something, and it was an intentional reboot this time. As you can see, the beacon light going by, you can definitely see it is snowing there. So they are getting more snow. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. And that looks scary the way you said it. But yeah, more snow there. And depending on when we look, it was snowing at odd and different times. They did have multiple different weather systems coming through. Like this point in time, you could actually see what's going on in the world. And you notice the lawn over here definitely covered up. So a lot more snow has fallen. And we see a lot more over on the mountain in the back here as well. And when we move that forward just a little bit, this is about oh, I don't know, an hour later, not even, 20 minutes later. This is the blizzardy conditions, complete whiteout, and then another, what is it, 20 minutes later, it almost looked like that. And then a little bit further on, and we were back to this. So they've got some snow squalls coming through, and that's definitely what's happening. And you can see that material taking off in the background here. Going forward though, let's see, there was some other times where it actually got a little bit brighter. You could see a little bit of blue, and then you know, about 8 hours, 20 minutes ago, it was back to that kind of thing. So on and off snowstorms, and that is what they've been seeing. And unfortunately, it's not good, but hey, it's the way it works over there. Being very close to the ocean, and definitely a lower elevation, and being far north, so that's what you can kind of expect. Let's take a look at the shot from the airport, and this one, of course, this is present condition, and of course you can see the don't hit me beacons going by, and the red and green, oh sorry, blue and green, my bad, and of course the same kind of scenario. As you can see, the snow squalls are coming in, you know, you can see that literally heading for them, and then that will actually get in and do that, right? So we'll leave that there, and we'll go to that is live, so that's a present condition. Not that happy for them. My mountains look, what? My mountains look better. Yep, with snow on them, they do. Oh, your mountains, yes, there. Your mountains with the palm trees. I have to agree, Piggy. As much as, yeah, we'll see if we can maybe show one of those in a little bit as well. And remind me, okay? This, of course, looking at Katla, you can see the camera was shaking. This is about 11 hours and 45 minutes ago. And then we did see times of kind of nicer weather, still windy, but you can see those snow squalls moving through. And then, of course, the snow cometh with a vengeance. And then a while later, it got to the point where you couldn't see much. And that's what it was looking like there just before sunset. So there we are. Gives you a pretty good idea. We can't see Katla today. And the other camera that's out by the lighthouse on the Reykjanes Peninsula is still down. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to look at that one. And a quick peek at the harmonic tremor chart, and to me it's going it's humming a tune here, up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. And let's click the refresh button, and going a little further down. So that is kind of what we see there. Let's zoom down real quick and see what the other ones are like. We didn't see any big spikes. There's Grimsey, kind of the same action, up and down, and it makes you wonder what is going on. And the Grindavik one, oh, did I pass it? Yeah, I did. There's a Grindavik, kind of the same action, and it too is dropping off somewhat. So that is kind of what we got for today. We'll take a quick peek at Krusavik, and then we'll take a look at taking that break. And there's the same kind of WMMM or WVVV. I don't know what do you want to call that, but we are seeing the same action here in all three. Likely something that we refer to as being a tectonic movement. Snout bop. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm going. You don't have to tell me 3 times. Anyway, no worries. For those good people who are here, please, if you have not yet hit the like button, do consider hitting it if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing. And I just want to say, Piggy, be on the lookout for, keep that snout bopper polished there. We've had some more incidents, just one during the day, but just so you know. Anyway, on that note, I'm your host and DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break, and we'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling and be nice, play nice in the lava, and we'll be all good. I'll be back. Thanks. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all here. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Mars, and welcome back, Naughty Fox. Oh, Naughty Fox. Huh. I'm a naughty fox, huh? I guess I'm all tied up. Oh, punny. Thanks, Sasha, as well. And welcome, Mona Alfano. And glad to have you on board. And, yep, all that nail talk. And I have to throw in my little 2 bits worth here. And the girl that I was dating, of course, she did become a nail tech as well. So... you know, I do know a little bit as far as the differences between gel and acrylic and so on, and little things like that. But what I ended up getting conned into was, of course, with the airbrushing, since my girlfriend at the time there couldn't airbrush her own nails because that's a little difficult. So she had asked me to do it, and once she seen how well I did with an airbrush and very intricate work, she said, "Oh, we got to do our thing." Oh, Sue's lagging again. Sorry, Sue, but thank you for the welcome back. But anyway, so I kind of got conned into a short career in doing interesting stencil work on fingernails, and all kinds of different designs like sunsets and you know, you name it, moons, moonscapes, and things like that. I do stick on acrylic and hand designed my own. Oh, cool. That's excellent, Piggy. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that that I used to do with the airbrushing because you know, I kind of had the idea of how the shading should work and stuff like this, and from my, you know, younger years when I used to paint a little bit as far as like an artist type painting. And you kind of get used to what you need to layer down first and what goes second, this kind of thing. And it was actually quite unique. And a lot of people were, you know, they're basically lining up to get their fingernails painted. And I'm kind of like, oh, this is not what I signed up for. But I always did well, though. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's go over to Iceland's earthquakes and see what is shaken. And no pun intended. Well, maybe pun intended. All right, Dr. Fox, show a pic, please. A pic of what? The nails? I don't have any. None at all. Never painted my nails, says Sue. Okay. Well, I mean, a basic French manicure is a very standard, where you paint the tips white, that kind of thing. That was absolutely no problem. And depending on how well your nails looked, we would use some pink in there as well to kind of highlight them a little bit. But as far as doing some of the scenes, I wish I had some of those pictures. Some were actually very pretty, as far as the sunsets and things like that. I don't have any photos, though. They were all left in Thunder Bay, Ontario, and that's all cool. Anyway, looking at what we've got here, let's carry on with this. Let's start out here on the Reykjanes Peninsula, of course, and that is our go-to area where we want to see an eruption. Anyway, not in Reykjavik though, but that is the capital city of Reykjavik, and over here is Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík, and then if we zoom out a little bit, go over here, you can see the town of Grindavik, and of course the Blue Lagoon power plant, that type of thing. We did see a couple smaller quakes here. From 1449, we have a 0.87 in magnitude, 4.6 kilometers down. And then the other one is a 0.96 from 2:25 a.m., 5.2 kilometers down. And that's the only ones right there. We don't see anything in our wonderful Fjeld area, and that is right here, this outline. And the interior stuff here, that's where we want to see the quake happening. This is the location of where Ragnar is, and of course the Siggy Fisher. And we'll talk about that later. Over here is Kristevik, and here's that lake that had about 4 or 5 quakes. Quick peek at those: 0.99, 5.5 kilometers down from 1223. Then we had a 1.16, 6.5 kilometers down at 12:03 a.m. or p.m. I should say. This one was from 2004.2, very small, 5.3 kilometers down. 0.17 kilometers down from 2017, and a 0 that was from 1607 and 6.4 kilometers down for him. Moving over a little bit, and we are seeing a little bit more activity right here. 0.96, 11.4 kilometers down from 7:41 a.m. Then we had from 10:37 a.m. a 0.58, 5.3 kilometers down. We also see a 1.39, 6.4 clicks down from 12:25, and then there's a couple stacked really close together here. 15:34, we had a 1.35, and that was 7.4 kilometers down. The other one here, 1.54, 6.2 kilometers down. 15:23 is the time on that guy. I'm moving up a little bit, 2 more stacked together. These are fairly fresh. 21:17, 1.3, 4.7 kilometers down, and a 1.1, 3.5 kilometers down from 22:30. Let's take a look and see what we've got at the next ones here. 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down from 21:03. And up here we've got a 1.2, 5.2 kilometers down from 22:52. And let's zoom out a little bit and get back over. We don't see anything right at Katla, but the unspeakable name here, okay. I'll try that again tomorrow. Anyway, a 2.4, a little bit bigger, 5.2 kilometers down. 12:27 was the time on that one. And the other one from 8:22 a.m., that is a 1.89 and 9.2 kilometers down. And then we slide up. We don't see anything over here at Grimsvatn other than this little 0.3 a little further down. But that's from 23:05, 13 kilometers down for that one. And I wonder if Irish Monk is still missing his Jeep. Is he underneath here somewhere? I swear it is. His GPS, of course, is indicating a 2.11. That is 2 kilometers down at 1:31 a.m. And then we also had from 4:01 a.m. a 1.52. And that is 5.1 clicks down, and a 2.2 kilometers down from 22:59. And let's move over a little bit more. We see over here, this one is from 23:26. It's a magnitude 1, 15.6 kilometers down, fairly deep. This is Ascha right here, and that, of course, is 0.35, 2 kilometers down. 54 minutes after midnight. And then this one from 12:45, and that is a 0.1, and that is 11.9 kilometers down. Let's grab this 0 out here, 4.8 kilometers down from 18:49. And over here at Herdebreit, or to the north of Herdebreit, we see a few, and this one is a 1.22, 4.3 kilometers down from 15:39. Then we've got a 1, and that is 3.5 kilometers down from 33 minutes after midnight, the brand new fresh one. So that happened what is it, 15 minutes ago. This one here from 1310.55, 4.3 kilometers down. Another 0.4 here, 4.6 kilometers down from 2052. 0.31, 6.3 kilometers down from 7:18 a.m. 1.8, 5.2 kilometers down from 5:58. Or 5:38, my bad, and 8:36 a.m. we had a 0.28, and that is a surface quake 135 meters down, basically. And this one is from a 2056.5, 12.6 kilometers down. Going up a little bit further, we see a 0.88, 24.1 kilometers down. That's very deep, and that is 1:19 a.m. for him. Then we got a 0.4, 9 kilometers down, 18:29 is the time on that guy. Let's zoom out here. There's a 0.7 way over on the left, or right, I should say. East is what it is. 17:32, a 0.7, 5.9 kilometers down. Then we've got a 0.3, 3 kilometers down, 22:29 is the time on it. And work our way up here slowly. 0.9 from 2010, and that is 200 meters below the surface. This one here is from 4:04 a.m., a 1.52 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down, and then a 1.4, 9.1 kilometers down, 33 minutes after midnight. We do see a 0.2 right there, or 1.2 I should say, 5 kilometers down, 16:30. And then we've got these two here. This one is a 0.92, 10 kilometers down, 8:57. And then this one from 12:29, a 1.5, 10 kilometers down as well. And let's grab these two first, and then we'll go back to that little swarm. That's the same area where we seen it yesterday. Anyway, this is from 5:09 a.m., 1.53, 10 kilometers down. The other one is a 1.26, same depth from 5:25 a.m. So going back to that little swarm, we had, it seems to be continuing right in this area. There's a lot of little ones in here. So let's grab a few, and we'll work our way from the top downward. 0.8, 5.6 kilometers down from 2121. From 2219 we had a 0.8, 5.8 kilometers down. This guy here, 0.8, 11.1 kilometers down from 2208. Then a 0.9, 5.5 kilometers down, 2303. Then this guy here, 2135, 1.3, 7.2 kilometers down. And then 24 minutes after midnight, a very fresh one. And that is the new midnight, that is, a 0.8 and 5.2 kilometers down. And that one, that is very fresh as well, 38 minutes after midnight, a magnitude 1, 6.6 kilometers down. Next one over, 0.9 from 2303, 5.5 kilometers down. A 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down from 2059. We got him already. Let's go over here. 2135, 1.3 and 7.2 kilometers down. Then we see a 1.4, 5.5 kilometers down from 1731. Another 1.4 from 2134, and 1.4, 5.8 kilometers down for him. This 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down, 1300. And this one, a new one from 21 minutes after midnight, 0.9, 5.2 kilometers down. And this one from 2052, 1.2 in magnitude, 7.8 kilometers down. We'll grab these here, 0.9, and that is 5.3 kilometers down from 1735. Then we've got this one from 1657, a 0.9, 2 kilometers down. And the other 0.9 over here is from 1939, 59, a 0.9, and I'm surprised it's not 9.9 kilometers down, but it is 12.4 kilometers down. How about that? So let's leave those there. That's a neat little swarm. I wonder if that is indicating anything, but I think we got all, oh hey, we missed this 1.66 over here from 1408, and that is a surface type quake, 135 meters down, and that is it. So that's all we've got for our wonderful Iceland today, and that is you know, a sizable number, 64 quakes in the last 24 hours. So definitely picking up steam a little bit, but not by much, unfortunately. And we're still not seeing what we want to see, and that is stuff over in our Reykjanes Peninsula popping off there. So hopefully in our near future we'll be able to see something happening there. Let's pardon me, carry on, and we'll go over to the Azores, and let's yeah, there we go. And of course we are on the island of São Jorge, or if you say it in Portuguese, São Jorge, and that's what we've got right there is the little village, and one of the little villages on that place. There's actually, it's not that little. There's probably 800-900 people living there. So, and this harbor here, of course, you can see the reflections in the water, telling us the water isn't that rough tonight. We do see that we have a lot of lights showing on Pico Island tonight, and even if you look in the far distance there, you can see a little bit in Fayal Island. So the weather is a lot clearer than what it has been. Just to give you a show what that looks like during the day, that is kind of what you normally see, but that is not from today, just so you know that. And let's go over to the other one. The next one we look at is this little cove, and since we are here, ooh, the moon is just out of right up in the corner there, unfortunately. But we are still live, so we are still seeing a little bit of water splash. And that is giving us a pretty good idea of, you know, when we can see the wave cresting and folding there and hitting the shoreline. It's not that calm, but it's also not that rough out there. But we do see that white water, and that tells us pretty much that, hey, it's not that good for little boats. This is what it looks like during the day, and again, not from today, but that's what it looks like during the day, just so you have a better idea. All right, popping over, let's take a look at see if we had any earthquakes, and I don't see any on the island of São Jorge at all today. We see on the 7th, but nothing on the 8th. So that is what we've got. I'm going to go to the bigger map, and we'll take a look on the other one to see. I'm going to refresh that one so we have up-to-date info. Thank you, Tom, for the 4-minute warning, and we'll make that a little bit bigger. And we're actually only seeing one for the last 24 hours, and that is a 2.4, 5 kilometers down, and we see that quite a distance south of San Miguel Island, and that is right here. So 23 hours ago, 5 kilometers down, I came in at 1:31 GMT or UTC, whichever you prefer. And that is it. And of course, if you look here, whoop, double click, there we go. That is Pico, São Jorge. This is Pico Island, Fayal Island, and of course, what is it? Terceira. There we go. Had to get that out. And San Miguel over here. It gives you a pretty good idea. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can get a better idea where it is for those who are not familiar with that area. And of course, here you got Portugal, and there you've got Spain, and up here you got Irish monk waving right there. He's there in Ireland, and of course England, and France and Germany and Holland and those places over there. And on the other side, of course, you see Newfoundland, and there's Sue on the other side of the pond waving at us and doing her thing. And of course over here, Florida. Anyway, they got palm trees there, And Piggy is way over here, and she's waving too. Oh, there you go. And that is kind of what we've got. So it gives you a pretty good idea. And let's see what we can do. I'm going to put it back to here. No, I don't want to buy a new Toyota, but $36,221 for a RAV4, if you want to buy one. Anyway, no, this stream is not sponsored by Toyota. There we are over at our next place that we're going to take a look at, and of course that is Popocatepetl. They're in Mexico City, and that is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City itself. And Mexico, of course, being a fairly large country, we do see some interesting stuff there. This one here is a puff come out at about 8:10 a.m. Nothing too wondrous or huge, but it is there. And then if we go on, it was relatively small stuff coming out today. Didn't see any big eruptions. This one from 9:08 a.m. as we go over a little bit more. And then this one here looked a little bit bigger right in here, and we see that at 10:15 that followed a little smaller puff. But so it is trying, but it's just not making it. It's not a fuego, and that is what we've got there. And then of course the clouds moved in for a while, so we couldn't see a darn thing. And that's kind of what we've got there for right now. And there we go. That is a current live shot. Not showing too well. And yeah, you can see a little tiny puff come up there. But again, nothing really major. Break time! Okay, Piggy, you got me convinced. When we come back from the break, we will take a look at this guy. And let's see if we can improve that a little bit. And that is a fuego. And I will load up the time-lapse after I come back from the break. Here's the picture takers over here. You can see their flashlights on as they're climbing up on the hill. And during the time-lapse, you'll see some of the lava bombs. They actually landed over here in this area. And I'm going, boy, oh boy, these guys are really taking a risk. And, oh, there's one right there. That's about where the lava bomb hit. I wouldn't be over there. Anyway, on that note, I am going to put you back onto Hawaii, though. And we'll get you in there. For those good folks who are here, please, if you have not yet hit that like button, you know, and you're enjoying the show, please give it a bump. Also, if you're sitting on the outside and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And that would be awesome and help the channel out grow and all that nice stuff. And we are watching the stuff in the foreground here starting to move out and outflow a little bit, which is regaining some space to that 25-acre pond that shrunk a little. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take that break. Don't go away. Keep smiling. And I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes with bacon seeds and a special little video from Irish Monk. I don't know where he stole it, but I guess the big guy said it was okay. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028. And Sue, thank you. And I bought it from it's gone too. The shop you bought it from is gone too. Oh no. Thank you, Hermine and Fluffy and Sasha. Yep, a hand cream does wonders. Keeps those hands nice looking and not so dried out like mine. Anyway, thanks Paul as well, and welcome back Foxter. Thanks Piggy. And let's speaking of Piggy, let's go have some looks at some bacon seeds and see what we've got. It is at that time. So, of course, this was the last one from yesterday, and of course our wonderful Piggy, who is really not incarcerated anymore. She's kind of free and clear out of that. I didn't load those other pictures up, Piggy, but I'll try to do that real quick once we finish with the bacon seeds here. So, just so people can see how horrible your weather is over there. Ha! Anyway, all right, that is a Piggy, of course, incarcerated. But she did send us some bacon seeds, so she's all good. And there you can see her typing away. And anyway, here's our first bacon seed. And I think this was one of her cousins. I'm not sure who exactly this guy is, but he looks pretty good. Hey, C&D boy, Piggy made bail. Just half, just small journeys. And that's Elvis. Oh, Elvis the pig. All right, he looks pretty cute. He looks like he's having a good time getting carried around there. And wild piggies, yeah, he's a wild and crazy guy. And I want to see him do blue suede shoes. Anyway, next one. Here's a whole herd of them. How many we got there? These are just tiny little bacon seeds. They look cold. They need to be under a warming lamp or something. They're trying to keep warm, the little guys. What do we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them. I see 8. At least that's what it looks like. It looks like a piggy pile. And, yep, maybe 8. Yeah, I think there's 8 there. Let's go to the next wonderful shot. And that is this one. Oh, these two are out with Mama. Mama is teaching them how to graze on some grasses. And the little one smiling for the camera. That is pretty awesome. Maybe they're truffle hunting. I'm not sure yet. Okay, Piggy, okay, corral. Yeah, the okay Piggy corral. Could be what that last one was. And these guys look nice. Hey, Alexa, tell a donkey a joke. Alexa, tell a donkey joke. Did it work, Trev? Oh, Alexa, tell a donkey joke. It's not working for us. All right, next bacon seed is this little guy, and he's got a smile on his face, and it's looks pretty awesome. I like that. He's kind of lonely looking though. I think he wants some friends. So be a friend to a little pig, and keep him happy. Next little bacon seed is this little guy, and he looks cute too. I think we might have seen him before, but I don't know. They all kind of look alike. This is the one with the black eye. Or eyes. I don't know. The other one looks kind of darkish as well. And hope he didn't get into like a barroom fight or something. I don't know how that happens, but that's all good. Next bacon seed is this little fuzzball. and he looks like you can probably stick him to the ceiling. He's so statically charged, and that'll be a cool. Peter the Pig. Ah, okay. Yeah, this guy looks like looks spiky. He almost reminds me of a porcupine. Looking at the fur sticking up like that. That is pretty awesome. And let's take a look at the next one, and that is this little guy. And I think somebody needs a hogwash. He was rooting. I don't know what he was rooting for, but he's definitely rooting. Porcupine. Oh, and that's a porcupine. Okay, I get it. A porcupine. Ah, funny, punny. And let's get to our last bacon seed for today, and that is this little guy. And he's just sitting there looking up, smiling at the camera. Pretty awesome, and that is very, very nice. Thank you very kindly, Piggy, for sending those wonderful little pigs in, and that is very awesome, and always appreciate our wonderful bacon seeds. And hi to Grandma B. Alexa gave me the same joke as last night. Oh, that is horrible. Alexa, give me a donkey joke. Okay, it's not working. Anyway, thank you, Piggy, for those wonderful bacon seeds as usual, and it's awesome that you send them in every day and no matter what, so thank you very kindly. And now we take you to something slightly different. This game is called Pig Ball, and this is something Irish monk sent in, and we are taking a look at the Pig Ball. I'm going to have to play that a couple of times, but this little guy is enjoying his game of Pig Ball, and that looks pretty cool. He's just having a joyous time there. Let's do that again. That is a little short of a video, but hey, it's 18 seconds. It's still a little bit of fun. And yep, a cute little pig ball. Nice little guy. Love the tail wiggling. Yep, and the harder he goes, the harder that tail wiggles. Definitely. Maybe one more time. And there. And he's enjoying his little outing. So thank you, Irish monk. Always trust a monk. Okay. We'll see, as long as I don't get any strikes on the channel. If I get copyright notices, you'll be the first one to hear it. All good, Irish monk. Thank you kindly for sharing that with us. And let's get going. What? No, just what? A trust? Oh, a trust Irish monk. Okay, well, we'll trust Irish monk. And let's get over. We wanted to take a look at the Fuego. Oh, this is the video. I loaded it, and it's already started. So this is the time-lapse video from last night, technically, from the 7th. And I loaded that up during the break so you could see. And those clouds were actually down below the volcano. And please note, over on the left-hand side, you can see where those guys are standing, taking the photos. And you even see some on the hill a little further up, closer to the vent. And I want you to watch near the end there. There's a couple of shots that come out. They are the lava bombs are way over where the guys are standing. So but this is actually pretty cool. I did let this loaded it up earlier today, and of course we had over 100 people watch it already, so some of you may have seen it. But that's all right. Some of these eruptions were actually fairly extended eruptions, where they would pop and then continue on popping a second or a third time, or continue just in doing what they're doing. So pretty awesome to see some of those. And like that one, that was kind of a second pop out of it, and it's still glowing and throwing material out. And I think this was a new one though. And of course, welcome there, JB. Good to see you, and thanks for stopping in. And then, yeah, there's a bunch more that we've seen. By the way, Fuego is, in fact, right now at this very second erupting as well. But we can take a look at that one in a second. It was a pretty good burst. So we'll look at that. Almost in sync with the other one that I was just showing. So there's a pretty nasty one. You can see some of those larger lava bombs rolling down the side of the hill. And this is just, one after another, continuously happening. And pretty awesome to see that, you guys. So just figured we'd share that with you. Here's the last one, I think. And pretty cool, pretty awesome. Oh no, there might be a couple more in here. Because it was 23 something, I think the last one was at. And there, that one. You see how far those lava bombs flew over to the right-hand side? That would have hit those guys that are on the mountain over there taking the pictures. So pretty nasty, if you ask me. But love watching this. Unfortunately, last night there was a fair bit of moisture in the air. Visibility wasn't as good as it could have been. So, but still, we see pretty good results in what we had there. And that one was another one where you see it going off on the left-hand side, way down the hill. So definitely looking pretty good. And I think that should be the last one for this video. So pretty cool. And yeah, I cut it off just around midnight. There was a bunch of other little puffs there, but let's go to it live right now. And of course, there is a Fuego live, and I want to back it up about, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds. We'll show you this last eruption here, and we'll just let it play. And again, the area that I was referring to was right in here. You can actually see it. There's a photographer there, but this was the area where the lava bombs were hitting back here somewhere, but not on this one, but on the other video there. But you see it light up, and it definitely was a pretty heavy-duty blast. And you got to remember, this thing is 12,264 feet tall, so when you see these things pop out of the top, you know that some of them are going up as what I sell hard hats cheap. There you go, Irish monk. And yeah, I think you might need a little more than just a hard hat. But that would be a first step, a brain bucket to keep everything intact. Anyway, that looked pretty awesome. That is live, or just about live, a couple minutes ago. And you can see how well that candle is lit and still throwing out some lava shooting up here. So very, very cool. Let's put it back right to live. And that is what it is there right now. And we know we had a few more puffs out of it earlier, but nothing too major. I was hoping to see something with some lava during the sunset time. And the only one that we really seen was this little guy. And that almost looks like a little alien crawling out of there. But I don't know. Little tiny puffs. We don't see those big massive ones till later on. And I don't know if it's because it's a nighttime thing or what, but that's what we were seeing. And prior to that, unfortunately, it was hit and miss with the volcano being hidden in the clouds. And a lot of times I would end up with this. You got a cloud right in the way of the eruptions, so you couldn't even see what was coming out. And it's hard to deal with. Earlier in the day, though, we did have a little bit of clearer skies. And this is 10:33. There's a shot there. And that was pretty awesome. Now, here again, you can see some of the dust being raised by some of the lava bombs being ejected. And that is a kind of a telltale sign. Hey, don't be too close to this thing. During the day, of course, we don't see a lot of those lava bombs because of the bright light. And that is kind of what we've got there for Fuego. So let's put that back onto a live. That is what it is doing right now. Next one on our agenda, of course, is going a little further south. Fuego is in Guatemala, by the way, for those who don't know. And we are heading south a little bit further in Central America. And this one here, of course, is Masaya volcano, a still shot of the caldera. A very deep hole, and you don't want to fall in there. The first to fall down to this ledge is about 300 feet, so you don't want to miss a step up on the top edge here. Well, trust me on that one. And then the second one is probably another 300 or 400 feet down, so a very deep hole in the ground. And if you get in there, there's you need climbing gear and a lot of climbing ability to get out. So you're not going to make it out. Anyway, that is from, what was it, 1644 was the time on it. This is what it looks like right now at 1920. That's about 5 minutes ago. And there is the glow of the lava down in the bottom of that caldera. Pretty cool, pretty awesome. And as we're going further south, we're going to do a little report on, let's go to the next one further south, and this is in South America, Nevado del Ruiz, and this is a report from our wonderful volcanodiscovery.com. And Nevado del Ruiz from the 8th at 3:58 a.m. is when they reported this. Ash emissions and a thermal anomaly hint of ongoing activity of Nevado del Ruiz, and that is on the 28th of January is what they're saying, is what this photo was taken. And let's take a look at these photos. That looks pretty mean, that thing. You can see the spout right there, and that's the business end. That's where the lava comes from. And pretty awesome to see that. That is from January 28th. Let's see the next photo. This one, of course, is from the 7th, in other words, yesterday. So the eruption at Nevado del Ruiz volcano on 7th of February, detected by the surveillance camera and image from SGC. So that is what they've got there. Where is this one? Schlotte, okay. I don't know where that actually is. Anyway, that is a couple of dual vents there in that one. That looks pretty cool. Ooh, and this is nice. Oh, this is Egen. This is the caldera at the top of Egen, and that is located in east end of Java Island in Indonesia. This is the one that is very high in sulfur content. So when it does erupt, it does have that blue glow to the lava, which is pretty awesome. And what else we got in here for pictures? They're taking some shots of some other one. They don't put down which volcano they're at. That's always a shame, but that looks cool. I wouldn't want to be there, but it looks cool. So very nice. And let's see what else we got. Back to the beginning. So that is for Nevada del Ruiz. Now, the other one we have on the list going further south. So Nevada del Ruiz is in Colombia. The next one is down in Chile, and of course that is Villarrica. Villarrica in central Chile, small lava fountain today, only about, I say 30 meters high roughly, so only about 100 feet roughly, and that is what we were seeing. That was from the 6th of February at 22:17, so 10:17 p.m. and looked pretty good. And the elevated strombolian activity continues. The short-term lava fountaining, likely to be classified as paroxysm by what sometimes I have problems trying to pronounce words. Was at the progress of the volcano summit crater on the night of the 6th of February. Incandescent lava jets about 30 meters tall. Were able to catch by the locals, and that's all cool. So all good, and we'll leave it as that. So we do know Villarrica is still active, doing its thing as well, and we'll just put that photo on like so, and then you can see, roughly 30 meters. And the next one here is, of course, incandescence within the summit crater of Villarrica volcano, as seen on February 7th. Image Sentinel-2, and false color composite is what they call it. So that is a pretty good shot there. And all good. It is time for a break, you guys. I'm going to put you back over to Hawaii, and I am going to go take a break. So for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Our target is to get over that 100 mark, and I hope you are enjoying the show. Also, for those who are sitting on the outsides as lurkers looking in, if you're new and you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do consider doing that. And waits on a C&D boy first. Piggy, if you need to go, I'm here, so you can go ahead and take off and put your head down and get some sleep. And I'm sure between myself and Irish Monk, we can handle anything that comes in here. Anyway, good night, Piggy. Get some sleep. And for all those good people, I will be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Although I probably will be lurking here a little bit as well. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, this is VolcanoX live stream. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. back. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And Bob, you gotta slow down on that dance floor, man. You're creating a tornado there. Or hang on, is it maybe a Sue spun you too fast? Epically epic, welcome, and glad to have you on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and JB and Hermione and Fluffy. And probably a bunch more. What happened to Sharon Stewart? I haven't heard her scream out. Oh, is it singing night today or tonight? I don't know if we'll see. See it. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. But I'm sure that's coming. Anyway, thanks everyone. Let's go over to our next volcanoes on the list. And that will likely be... Oh, where are we going? Let me see if I can get it up on the screen here. There it is. I got it up on the screen already. And that screen. And now I got to do this screen. And there it is. Hey, what? Thanks, Trev. I appreciate that. It's Wednesday, a singing and knitting a Zoom night. Ah, she's singing and knitting. And I wonder what she's singing. Purl one, stitch two, purl one. No, never mind. I'm not going there. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not going there. Okay, there we go. That is Merapi. And Merapi, I don't know, is it going to make us happy? Let's take a look back in time and see. And I know it was gone for a while from the confines of what we were seeing. It was the camera wasn't working, but in that shot it is, and it does have some heavy clouds around it. That's from 6:10 a.m. Then we did lose a picture from a little while beyond that, but let's go further back in time and see what else we've got looking at it. Some interesting lenticular cloud building around it. I kind of see it there, so pretty cool. And let's back up a little bit more, see if we can find a spot where it's actually clear and we can see some lava. And I don't know if we're going to be able to find one, but I did see a very interesting link, a very interesting video of a drone flight up on Merapi today, and I'm actually going to give you that link. I can't show the video, but it's on YouTube, and it is definitely worthwhile having a look. And it gives you some close-up shots of what the caldera looks like and how rough it is up on the top there. And I thought it'd be a much smoother thing, but it really isn't. We're going back, kind of playing hit and miss with the shots here, and that so far is not showing us a heck of a lot. And of course, further back, it was in perils of, some heavy duty clouds. So hard to tell what the heck is going on there. But let me dig out that link real quick. And Hermione actually sent that to me earlier. And I thought that was kind of a neat video. So I will copy that link and get it in here for you guys. And let's show that, and you can watch this later. It's about 22 or 23 minutes long, but it is worthy of watching. The guy flew all the way up to the top of it, and was some very, very awesome video, showing some pretty good detail as he was flying up. So you guys can take a look at that one later. Maybe just right click on it and open it and bookmark it and go from there. You're looking at the ghosts over here. Yeah, some freaky stuff going on there with the thunderstorms going by, and don't know what to make of it, but They did say that there was some kind of an eruption, and if I bring that back to a full screen, we can see that. You see the stuff in here, so definitely some action happening in there, but of course it's hiding behind clouds, so we are not able to see that, and that was from 2014 yesterday, their time, of course. Let's go to our next one, and of course that is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and we'll take a look at that. Oh, hang on, before I do that, actually let's go look at the report from Merapi. We did have this. This was from their time, and this is what we missed. We weren't able to see it because it was prior to the time that we had. Anyway, it says on here Merapi volcano pyroclastic flows reported today. So a block and ash of flow, hot avalanche of lava particles and ash descended the southwestern flank of the volcano at 7:10 local time this morning, and reaching approximately 100 or 1,500 meters sliding distance from the summit. So it resulted from growing more and more unstable hot lava material accumulating in the active lava dome in the southwestern rim, making it prone to collapse into hot rock falls. So they were saying ash plumes were separate from the pyroclastic density currents, so-called phoenix clouds, and rose above the crater. The visibility of the event was very limited due to dense clouds. Yeah, exactly what we were experiencing. This event registered a seismic signal with a maximum amplitude of 52 millimeters and a duration of 130 seconds. So if we go make that a little bigger, you can see that shot, and you can definitely see the pyroclastic flows in this particular shot from the other side that we weren't looking at. So definitely coming down, so 1,500 meters from the top downward. And if you go watch that video that I put the link for, that is actually a pretty good indicator of how the structure is up top there. And it'll be pretty interesting if you kind of compare, what you see here as far as the lava flow or pyroclastic flow in comparison to what the guy showed in his video, although he showed it on a very clean, nice day. So a very cool looking video, but it helps you understand where this stuff is coming down. Night need to be up in 3 hours. Hermian, good night, and thank you for sharing that link with us. Appreciate that, and always welcomed, and thanks. And have a good sleep. And Fluffy too. Good night, Fluffy. All right. Let's carry on with, let's see, what else we got here. This is a different place. I don't know where this one is. Again, they don't say which volcano this is from. Or this one. Or do they? This one is... no. All they say is this one is producing a lot of Paley's hair. And you can actually see the Paley hair flying up in the air there. So pretty cool, pretty awesome eruption. Nice to see that. And what else we got here? This one, trying to see where this is something from Etna, I think. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Like it, and back to the original one. So that is the report on Merapi. I just wanted to share that with you. Let's get back over to our next one here. Of course, this is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. We can see it there, mostly covered by clouds. Again, it was fairly a rough day there with the weather, so we're not going to see a heck of a lot of it today. That was zoomed in a little bit, and again, all we're seeing is the bottom portions. A little bit of that snow still peeking through in a couple spots, and unfortunately, the cloud density and stuff was too much, and rain. So that's what's happening in at Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and let's go over to our next shot. And of course, this is the tremor map, and I'm refreshing it. I did. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit, and we can see what's going on here. So for today's activity, very little activity. We do see the big spike in there. That was that other quake that we seen was it yesterday or the day before? But we definitely, yeah, it would have been yesterday, and then we had this other one a few days ago. Very quiet for the most part. We don't see anything really spiking up here, so not going to worry about it. And that is what we've got there. And let's see if we can see what it looks like there right now. This, of course, is courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center in Taupo. The caldera is the entire lake, and that is Taupo Lake. And you can barely make out Mount Ruapehu way in the back there in the clouds, but it is there. So I guarantee you nobody has moved it. Anyway, beautiful looking day, a little bit windy there. Looking at the flags fluttering in the wind. So they're having a wonderful day, and we'll carry on. Let's go over to our next one. I want to make that a little bit smaller, and we will go over to Semeru, and Semeru is doing its thing. So let's have a look if I can get onto Semeru. And that is not live. Let's look at it live. Yeah. I was looking and searching for things, and this is what it is like there right now. So a beautiful view at 8:51 a.m. of course. Not hard to see anything there. If we go show that full screen, you can see the other cameras that they've got going there and stuff. And of course, the bottom right-hand side there is the drainage ditch there that everybody drives through very carefully, one at a time, and they are doing all right. And looks like there's quite a bit of water in there right now because of that rain. So they do have to motor on through, otherwise they're going to get washed away. And let's put that back onto this, and we will go back in time a little bit and see if we can spot. There was a couple of places where you could actually see a little bit of lava in between the clouds. That is at 2:14 a.m. and you notice how bright it is outside. That's because of the moonlight, and it really does kind of confuse you because you think, hey, that's daytime, but no, that is at 2:14 in the morning. So going back a little bit further, this is about 3 minutes after midnight. Where is that lava? I could swear there was a little bit. Let's go right about here. There it is. Okay, so let's back that up just a little, and a few seconds here. And there you can see, and we did have a little tiny eruption in there, and you'll see that happening up at the top. You can see the lava, the incandescence and looks not bad. Looks like an A with a dot on top or something like that. Pretty cool, and you do see some lava flow coming down the hill. So very nice to see, and of course there you can see that plume starting to get a little bit bigger, and that's kind of what we've got. So looking not bad from Semeru today, and we don't mind seeing that just a little bit. So all cool, and yeah, I don't know if there's that much we can see, though. Other than that, we do see a little bit of a glow there, and again, it's the hazy conditions. It is rainy season in the Indonesian and Philippine area, so that is to be expected. But it definitely did its thing. Yes, we have had two bunnies there for probably about 10 minutes since I came back from the break. They were there when I went on the break, and I said hi to them. And they've been sitting there doing their thing. So they're eating. And let's see, who is there? It's Limpy, and I don't know if that is Curly or LB at the beside the dome. One of the two, but that's who we've got. Anyway, let's carry on to the next one. I wanted to take a look and see if Madame Rutza is live, and oh, she is. Okay, so let's have a look. All right, we'll get to Madame Rutza's in a minute after her commercials are finished playing. Let's go talk about this one. Karanjtang, if I said it right, and that is on Api is it Siau Island, northern Indonesia. Anyway, a new eruption from that particular volcano, and that does look pretty awesome. Read the story real quick. A new eruption started at the volcano. Our local team on Siau Island observed explosions, likely lava formations, or likely lava fountains. As well as a new lava flow with incandescence avalanches on the upper slope of the volcano. So that is pretty cool. Let's look at that a little bit bigger. There you go. So definitely is doing something there at that one. And Karanjtang. Is it Karanjtang? Karanjtang. I don't know if I said it right, but I probably butchered it. Anyway, definitely see some lovely lava coming down the hill, and that looks awesome. Brian Rock Railfan says, bye for today, everyone, on this live stream. And thanks, Brian, for being here. And you take care, and we will see you later. Karangatang. It's like orangutan, but a karangatang. All right, we'll try that. Karangatang. Lots of lava. Love it. Anyway, that is a pretty awesome shot. Thank you, Sue, for sending that one in as well. Okay, and let's get back to other business. We wanted to take a look at Taal. There is a Taal volcano. And unfortunately, because we're fairly early in the morning yet, or early in the day, we're seeing a lot of haze on the water. That's part of the problem when you're down at the lake level. You have a lot of that haze that you end up looking through, especially there, because the water temperature is usually a little bit warmer than, or the same temperature as the air temperature, and we see a lot of vapor in the air. Not seeing anything pluming upward. I don't know if there's anything right in here, but I don't see anything coming from the volcano right now. And that's kind of it. We do see a boat buoying by and doing its thing, but that is what we've got going on there. So all good. And yeah, I think it's just about break time. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to put you back over to our wonderful Kilauea, the Halemaumau crater at Kilauea. And on that note, I am going to take a break. So please enjoy the crater view of the lovely fountaining right there. That is all cool. And I am going to take that break. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling, everyone, and play nice in the lava. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, please help us out. Please give it a quick bop. Of course, we're trying to get over that 100 mark, and we are way shy of that today. Mind you, we don't have that many people here today either, so hopefully that will improve in our future shows. And I know it's kind of the people are kind of tired if we don't have massive lava flows. They don't really want to hang around, right? So that's a part of the problem. Anyway, don't go away. Keep smiling. Hit the subscribe button as well. And it does get late in Europe for those European people, and we understand they need sleep, like Piggy and Hermione and all those others that are bowing out. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And hello, Philomena. Welcome. And also a hello to and good morning, Thor. Good to have you on board. And thank you for the welcome back there from Sue and JB, and I'm sure there's going to be a couple others. I did read your question, Trev, and I'm going to give you an answer. And leaving for Turkey in 2 days. Wow, Thor, that is awesome. Are you bringing supplies there for a relief, I guess, or something? Not sure exactly what's going on there, but safe travels, my friend. Anyway, okay, cool. Yeah, safe travels. Anyway, so the question posed by Trev T, our Alexa, tell a donkey joke. I figured I'd get that in there. Anyway, big earthquakes have a massive impact above ground. Question is, what happens in magma shock waves traveling around the planet, like in shockwaves or tsunami within the mantle magma? Okay, well, you kind of answered that yourself as far as when you take a look at the tsunami aspect. So if you take your rock and you throw it into the pond and you see the ripples are on the surface. And that is where most of your action is. Yes, you're going to have a displacement right underneath the area that was impacted, of course, but that is going to be lessened. You're not going to see that same rippling effect down in the bottom as you do see up top. Although there is some wave action or rippling, it is considerably less in veracity than what you would see on top or on the surface. So as an example, when we see those quakes in Turkey, that's 7.8, yes, that's going to turn around and create a bunch of a displacement up top. But down below, once you get below the lithosphere, the asthenosphere, very, very little change. Not saying that there isn't any, there's always a reaction, but it is lessened by a whole bunch. So hopefully that will work. Dropping a like in the lava pot. Excellent, Thor. Appreciate that, and that's always welcome. Thank you. And I hope, Trev, I hope that kind of answers your question. So think of throwing the rock into the pond, and you see where most of the action is up top. You see the ripples going out. Well, down on the bottom, it's going to be a lot less, and you are going to have impact. I'm not saying that there isn't any, but there is a lot less because of several things like density and so on and so forth. Right, so that all plays a big part in it, but yeah, majority of your rippling action is going to be up top on the surface area, and hopefully that kind of enlightens you a little bit there. And anyone who wants to throw their 2 bits worth in, that's just coming off the top of my head here, right off the bat. So. Yeah, the pressure differentials and things like that, you're going to see some action. Anyway, let's go over to Japan. Speaking of pressure, I'm under pressure getting the stream done. I want to get, don't want to have a long one like 5 hours plus like yesterday. So let's take a look at Sakurajima. We see what's going on there. It is steaming, and we did see a few kind of bubbly eruptions there. I don't know if you want to call it eruptions, but the steam didn't look that clean. So a little bit of stuff earlier, and if we look at, I think right about here should be about the start of it. If we move that ahead 5 seconds at a time, you can kind of sort of get an idea. There was some dirty stuff in there being kicked out, and you can definitely see it right there. And that's at 8:39, 8:38, 8:39, pushing up and out. So we know it's continuing to have activity in there. And I don't know about further earlier here. I was trying to see if there was stuff going on as well, and I didn't really see too much going. It's hard to tell in this shot because it's fairly bright and washed out in the background, so I'm not going to worry about that. And I didn't see any lavally explosions or anything like that during the night. We did have more pluming going on as we go through here. You can see a little bit of it. It looks like there is a little bit of a glow right in here, so possibly some lava moving around and doing some of that stuff. And that's kind of what we see there. Just advancing it a little bit at a time here. Not seeing too much. So if we go back a little further, it seemed to be today that it was more active than yesterday. Fairly calm. What about right here? Is that something? Yeah, right about there. We see another pluming coming up from this front vent area. So the plumbing in there is possibly changed a little bit. Oh, hang on. We may have something here. I missed this one, so let's take a look and see what we got here. We'll back that up for a second. So at 35 minutes after midnight, we see that come out of there, and that looks pretty dark for a midnight special. Some very, very dark ash coming out, and not seeing any bright lava on the bottom here though. But definitely some, oh, hang on, let's back that up and let that play through. Maybe twice. Okay, that might be some volcanic lightning in there. I'm just letting it play. There was one. And I don't know, I'm just letting it play here, seeing if we see another flash. Let's back that up a couple more spots here. Let's just let it play through. Yep, definitely seen some volcanic lightning. Going back, let me get that mouse down a little bit further. So, yep. So we do have a little bit of volcanic lightning in there, so that is pretty cool. And that's always awesome to see. And I wonder if we can see that on the other camera. So that's about 37 minutes after midnight on the close-up cam, and that should be this one. Let's see if we can get back to that time, and maybe we can tell better what was happening there. 37 minutes after midnight. We need to go back a little bit further, and let's see, is that close? Nope, a little bit more. Not that visible. Okay, that's 35 minutes. Well, I'll just let that play through and see. Oh, okay, yeah, you can see the plume coming up on the right-hand side there. This is more focused in the center, but it's the right-hand side where you can see that darkish plume. And we'll just see if we can see that lightning that was in there. And this might be a little bit better because it's closer up. And let's see, it should be coming up any point in time here now. It's always neat to see those volcanic lightning shots. Oh yeah, that was nice. I kind of like that. That was neat. Oh, and there's another little one. So definitely had some volcanic lightning in there. That is pretty cool. Um, and there's even a dribble of lava coming out. Let me back that up a little bit. I want to actually record that. So I'm going to record it separately here, and we'll let it play through from 36 minutes after onward. So some very neat volcanic lightning within the cloud. And that tells you there is a lot of ash and material being ejected, and of course, um, water vapor, etc. all polarizes in there as it collides with the other particles. And there was, yep, definitely a pretty awesome shot. So yeah, is that a side vent? It doesn't look like as though it's at the top of the volcano. No, it is on. It is part of the volcano. If we go, it's over on. Well, I think that's the south side. There. Oh, there's another shot of lightning. So that is pretty cool. And that again, 37 minutes after midnight, and that was pretty awesome to see. And there you see a tiny little glow of lava, another little zap. And yeah, I don't know exactly what that caldera looks like inside, Sue, if there are multiple vents in there. And, likely are, because we know that we typically see the main ash plume come out of the center area. And then we do on occasion see an ash plume come from that right-hand side, as well as the far left-hand side, the back area, or what I call the north side. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that one be. I'm going to stop my recording there, and that is pretty cool to see, though. And I'm glad we caught that. That is very neat. And let's go back onto this one. We'll back that up a few minutes here as well, because I want to capture it on this view as well. And too far already, from 36 and 6 seconds onward, roughly. And then I'll record it from here as well. So I have about the same footage. There we go. And then we'll take a look at that. I'll see if I can post that later, just so we have that in there. And it's always cool to see that volcanic lightning like that. So very awesome. But yeah, in this shot you can definitely see where the activity is. And there was that first bolt. And then we'll see another one down on the bottom, just a small one. And then we should be able to see another larger one in here as well. And we'll let that run just a minute or two. So yeah, there's that little lava droplet that came out. And I don't want to put my mouse on there and ruin it. So there it is. There's the second one. And pretty awesome to see that. That is pretty cool. So yeah, it's a nice little catch, and we'll see if we can post that in a little while. And there's another little shot, and pretty awesome to see. So kind of wild, really, when you get right down to it. So very cool. Cool stuff is what I call that. And yeah, we will put this back on live now. So we know this obviously plumed quite a bit here, and there may be even some more lightning in there, but I'm not going to worry about that for right now. We'll put it back to live, and this will give you a much better idea. You can see that vent. Let's see if we can see it a little better in going back just a little bit. Yeah, this is a little more clear. So that's the southern side of it, and that vent wasn't that active before. So this is in fact kind of a I won't say it's new because we've seen lava come out of here and ash before, but it is a little bit more active from that side right now. That's pretty awesome, and I think a nice catch. So let's take a look. Here comes the ice cream boat. It's leaving. Darn it, we missed the ice cream boat. We were too busy looking at lightning. Ah, darn. Or is he coming in? He might be coming in. Uh-oh. I think he's coming in. Is he heading towards us? Yep, I think he's, is he? No, he's leaving, sorry. Sorry, the ice cream boat is going, darn it. Ding, 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 Sue Hayes wins called, what, a side event. Yep, the side vent. Yep, the ice cream boat is gone. I'm sure the other one will be here shortly, so this is the one going way over there. The other one comes from this side, and I'm sure it'll be here very soon. So all good, and welcome, Sue, Sharon. Good to have you on board. Anyway, that was a pretty neat, nice little capture, and we'll stop recording that. I recorded too much, but that's okay. We'll fix that up in the editor later and see if I can post that, and nice little a shot there. So all cool. Let us continue on though. We will go over to our next one, and guess who we got back? Yay! Suwanosi-jima is back on, and the wonderful stream is working, so we can see the ongoings out there at Suwanosi-jima. And that, of course, is a little further to the south on one of the other islands, Japanese as well. And I do want to share this little tidbit here with you. And this is right about here. Speaking of pluming, look what we've got staking up out of the back vent. And that is the other caldera. Well, there's two calderas here, one beside each other, one in the foreground and one in the back. So Cookster Littlefield, welcome. Sure look like it's working on something from Kagoshima City cam. Better seen anyhow. Okay, all right, well, which one is better seen? The Kagoshima City cam? You think that one was, did that show the lightning better? Is what my question was. Cookster Littlefield, and welcome, by the way. I meant Sakurajima. Hi, sorry, was rewinding your footage. Yes, the Kagoshima shows the white plume a bit more in focus. Oh, okay, yeah, the current one. But were you there when we were backed up looking at, yeah, I'll hit the OK button on that one. Were you there when we were showing the lightning? That's the thing. I'm looking at it now. Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, so... yeah, because that was awful dark material coming out of there. And again, it's the angles that you're looking at it from. You know, everybody's got a slightly a different view. But anyway, from Suwanosi-jima, we do see that coming out at it was about 7:17 or so that pluming started. and definitely some ash coming out. And I'm sure that it is a little bit more active as of late. Oh, there's another plume coming up. We see that right there, 720. So pushing up a lot of ash, and that is cool. And let's see what we got here. Here's another one. If we go back, and I'm not sure what time that is yet, 4:28 a.m. We see another plume coming up. Is it 4:28 or 4:23? Hard to tell on this camera because of the poor quality of the video. 720 is all we get, and it is nighttime, so we know Suwanosi Jima has been busy doing its things, and always nice to have a little bit of clarity, if you will, to be able to see it. Oh, is this an eruption too? Yes, it is. Here's another one. So let's go back a whole bunch. And this was a lot bigger. This is 25 minutes after midnight. And if we advance it a little bit, and of course it looks very light in the sky because of the moon. And that ash plume, of course, it moved over to our left-hand side, but you see there's a secondary push behind it, and that is much, much larger. So definitely some eruptive action happening there, and it is a break time for me, guys. So I am going to go take a break. I don't know if there was lightning in that as well. Maybe we'll let it play through. I can always record that as well. Let me just back it up a little bit here, and I'm going to start the recording, and it's a separate recording. That's why I'm doing that. So it makes it a little easier for me to handle that. Anyway, I'll leave this on for the time being at this interval. So it exploded to 5,000 feet. Thank you, Sue. And we're going to go through that report after my break, and that should be pretty awesome. We'll also take a look at ASO and see how it is doing. I know it was steaming a heck of a lot more as of late, so today anyway. Busy all of a sudden in our volcano world, even though we thought it wasn't. So pretty cool. Yep, for this one, that is actually extremely high Cookster, because this is very low above sea level. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing. That would be awesome, and help us grow a little bit. And definitely need to push on that, because I've been noticing we've got a few less subscribers, and we want to see it go up. So anyway, don't go away, keep smiling, be good. I'm going to go take that break, be back in 5 or 6 minutes, and then we will go on from there. We'll take a look at ASO, and then I will pop over to our other ones there in, well, we'll go to Yellowstone just to peek at it, and then we'll start on our earthquakes and continue. And I don't want to run this to a 5-hour stream tonight, so we got to try to limit it a little bit and see if we can finish it within 4 hours. So or 4 hours of clock time. That's 3.5 hours worth of stream. Don't go away, guys. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go, I'm back. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. I see we got a couple people leaving there. JB, good night to you, and thanks for being here, and same to Trevor, good night, and sleep well, and get some rest, and welcome Full Circle Florida, glad to have you on board. Thank you for the welcome back there, Sue. And yep, looks pretty decent here from Suwanosi Jima with the very heavy ash plume coming out of there, and that is awesome. I'd love to see lava fountains though, but I will settle for a little bit of ash plume from this one, so all good. Yeah, good night, Trev. You take care, okay? And Alexa, tell a donkey joke. I hope that worked. Hot black suede, what? Skeechers? Holy Batman. Alright, that is pretty awesome. Okay, and let's take a look. We're going to put this one back to live, and we will take a look and see if yeah, it's behaving now. I'm popping over real quick though over to ASO, and there is ASO, SAN in Japan, and you can see it is steaming mad. It very large amounts of steam coming out of it today, so it must be a little bit on the hot side. So that is pretty awesome. While that is here, I'm going to read through some of the eruptive activity, since that kind of talks about, well, that's basically what we're looking at here anyway. So it says very active day with 14 volcanoes erupting, quite a few multiple times. Yep, and that is pretty awesome. And here I thought it was quiet because I was busy doing other things, so I missed half of this stuff. Anyway, Sakurajima erupted to 8,000 feet, or roughly about 5,000 meters, and that is at 1600. It also erupted at, what the heck was that? Oh, that was a bunny running through. Oh, I see. The bunny ran through because there's people on the sidewalk with some strange cart or something. Scared the bunny. Okay, no worries. Where was I? Erupted at to 6,000 feet at 2:30 in the morning. That is for Sakurajima. And then we also have Suwanosi Jima. Looks like they had 3 primary eruptions there. One was from up to 4,000 feet at 1530, and then 5,000 feet at 830. 5,000 is about 3,000 meters. And then another one at the one we just watched was at 5,000 feet or 3,000 meters roughly. From 12:30 or thereabouts, 30 minutes after midnight, I should say. Well, 12:30 if you're in North America, 12:30 in the morning. Fuego also had some pretty good emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 1515. Then we also have, again, at 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 9:15 a.m. and a new volcanic activity emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 3:15 a.m. And then we had the Karangetang, which we also observed already. We had a look at that. And also Sabancaya had an eruption or intermittent ash emission from 1330, and same thing at 3 a.m. Chickarachki, possible eruption at 9,000 feet or to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters. And that would have been at 12:45. Let's see, that's a little shy. 2,700 meters. 9 divided by 3. That would have been a little bit taller than that, but that's okay. Let's see, and another one, emissions continue to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters at 30 minutes after midnight. Then Popocatepetl, we had a couple there to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 11:46. And then another one to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 5:30 this morning. Sangay also had emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters at 11:45. And Etna, effusive eruption officially declared to have ended, which is 11:24 is when they kicked it out. Nevado del Ruiz, new emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters at 11:15. And then again, we seen the email on that already. We also seen the extra report from Volcano Discovery, and then also from Merapi. So the one from 3:58 for Nevado del Ruiz, and then Merapi at 4:51, and then Villarica, and that was at 4:19 a.m. Carinci also had emissions out to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters 30 minutes after midnight. What's with the 30 minutes after midnight for everybody? Ibico from 14,000 feet, or whatever that works out to, that'll be about 4,300 meters. That's 30 minutes after midnight as well. Wow. I missed all of those. VA, volcanic ash. Yeah, all right. Volcanic ash. They all make volcanic ash. That's what volcanoes do. Anyway, that's kind of the scoop. So that's a lot of stuff on the plate for today. Thank you, Sue, for checking into all of those, and that is awesome. So good thing I went through that, and I should have tried to correlate some of that earlier. That would have been a little bit more interesting. I'll have to try to see. Part of the problem is time, right? If you're busy doing other things, setting up training sessions and things like that, so it is what it is. I think it's the time they are reporting the activity. Okay, yeah, that's possible what it is. Anyway, there you see, like we said, a ASO, and that is live, of course, in Japan. ASO-san, and it is doing its thing with a lot of very heavy steam today. So, you know, looking at that, that makes you wonder, is this thing starting to heat up a little bit more underneath the lake in there, in that caldera? Are we going to see an eruption from it? Big question mark, right? So that is also a possibility. Anyway, let's go over to our next one, and we'll carry on here. And I know there's not that much happening there, and we'll see what we can do. I don't have our Mount Fuji picture on because I am just really got too many windows already open in with my browser. And we're somewhere around 23 or 24 windows at any point in time here, and it gets a little bit tough on the computer, so we have to kind of limit what we can show. But anyway, there is our wonderful Yellowstone. I did watch earlier this morning. Yellowstone did have a snowstorm going through there as well. So they were doing their thing, and it is always tough for those guys when they have heavy snowfalls, but it is what it is. Let's see what we can find out with our earthquakes real quick. And like I said, I'm going to try to keep our show a little bit shorter today. So let's zoom in here to Hawaii really quickly and just see what we've got going on. First off, we've got one out here, 2.4 from 3:16 a.m., 31.4 kilometers down, out here in the water. Makes you wonder what's going on. We don't see anything at Kilauea, which is really disappointing. I'm hoping that we're going to see a little bit more action at Kilauea in the near future. Looking out here, we do have a few 2.9, a little bit bigger than normal. Just to remind everyone, the stuff here in the Pahala area is all between 26 and 37 kilometers typically. This one happens to be 37.8 kilometers down for that 2.9. The other one, 2.3, 35.1 kilometers from 1818 today. Then we've got this one over here, 2.1 from 50 minutes after midnight. The next one is a 2.1 from 2:23 a.m. Then we have this guy here, 2 magnitude 2, 9:21 a.m. This one is 1.9 from 5:48. Then we have a 2.3 from 11:03. We have this guy here, 1.8 from 1:44. And then we have this 1.8 from 5:43, and a 2.7 again here from 8:22. Those are a little bigger than normal. The 2.7s, that is. 2.0 here from yesterday at 2037, and not going to worry about him. 2.1, yesterday's is 2054. This one, a 1.9 from 1329. Then we have this one, 2.0 from 1522. 2.0 from yesterday, 2243. 2.2 from today at 1708. There we go. 3.1, a little bit bigger from yesterday at 2353. Then we have this one, 2.5, also bigger than normal, 6:50 a.m. Then we have this one, 2.4, and that's yesterday's from 2046. Then we also have another 2.4 from 2021, and we have two new ones right here, 2.1 from 1908. And then the other one is right there, 2.5 from 1920. So those are the quakes there in Hawaii, especially most of them in the Pahala area, nothing at Kilauea, and one out in the water. So pretty cool. Let's take a look around the world real quick, see what else we've got. I did want to report on this one. I don't see anything along our coast here, the western coast. We do see this one. This is in Honduras, and it's a 5.5. Very unusual. It is right on the fault, but it is sitting just right in there in the Honduras. And of course, it's kind of an odd place to see that. Let's see, if we go up here, yeah, this would be Ambergris Key right here in Belize area, or hang on, this would be Ambergris Key in here, and that would be one of the other islands. Sorry, that's my bad. This is Ambergris Key. They would have likely felt it there, same as the other islands. 5.5, fairly large for that area. We don't typically see that in there. And let's go over on the other side, the Cocos Plate fault over here, and between the Cocos Plate and the what is it, the Aztec Plate. Anyway, and we see that guy there, 4.6, right by Panama. and that was from yesterday at 23 at 26, and 10 kilometers down for him. We only see one here in Chile today, a 4.1, and that is from a 1604. So that is pretty cool. And sliding over a little bit more, we see a one, I guess, Fiji area, 4.8 from 1007. We see one here in Vanuatu. Oh, Fiji is down 580 miles. This 4.8 in Vanuatu, and let's just zoom in on that. I'm curious where that's actually located. Okay, Epi is here, so it's not at Epi, and that's a little further to the northwest. So 4.8 and 4:28 was the time on that, 10 kilometers down. Going over a little bit more, Papua New Guinea, we had a 5.0 from 8:57, 108.8 kilometers down. Then we've got the two here in eastern Indonesia, and this one is a 5.0 from 4:35, 26.9 kilometers down, and a 4.5 from 10:48 is the time on that, and 26 kilometers down for him. And let's zoom out just to scan for other ones. We see one here in Taiwan, just off the coast of Taiwan, 4.8, and that's 3:49 a.m., 31.2 kilometers down for him. Going up in the northern end of Japan, we see a new one right up here, and that's a 4.4, and that is yesterday's from 23:39. Then up here in the Coral Island area, we see a 4.6, 21:52, 35 kilometers down for him. And then, of course, going over a little bit further towards Africa, we see this one, Tanzania. Very odd to see it there. 4.7 is the magnitude, 8:32 is the time, and that was at 10 kilometers down in depth. And we see this one here, a new one, a 4.3, Western Iran, and that is telling us that our wonderful Arabian plate here is moving, and I mean, we know it's moving because of all these quakes. We do have a bunch showing here. Lebanon, a 4.2 from 11:58, 10 kilometers down. This one here, 4.4, still showing in Turkey. Yesterday's 23:09. 4.3 there. 2021 from yesterday. This one 4.5, 3:26 this morning, 10 kilometers down for him. Then we got a 4.9, a little bit bigger, and that's 48 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down for that one in Turkey. And this one as well, and that is a 4.6 from yesterday, 22:52. We see this much larger one here, 5.1. And that's from 7:20 a.m., 5.9 kilometers down. So very shallow quakes, some of these. This one, 4.4 from 1844 today, and that is from 11.8 kilometers down. And let's see a few more in here, sizable ones, 4.6, 4:24 a.m., 8.7 kilometers down. Very shallow. 5.4, and that I think was the biggest one for today there in Turkey. 4:11 is the time on that one, and 7.5 kilometers down. And then going a little bit further to the east, we see a 4.3, 4 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and we've got a 4.5, 13:12, 10 kilometers down, 4.0, from 15:36, 16.1 kilometers down, and then a couple more over here, 4.2, and that is from 17:32, 16.3 kilometers down. Going a little further, we see this one from 18:38, 6.6 kilometers down, fairly shallow again. for that 4.4 and a 4.5 out here from 1057 at 10 kilometers down for him. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what's still coming there, and those are the big ones. We know EMSC reports a lot more of the small ones, and that is something to bear in mind. So if you want to check that one, that is this map here. And I'm not going to go through every quake. We'll be here all night if that is the issue, right? So let's refresh that. It's it's got nothing. They killed it. Maybe their data is resetting or something. Anyway, a quick peek over at the other wonderful places we like to look, and that is, of course, in the Canary Islands. We see this one. It's a 3.4 came in. That's on the 6th from 12:04 UTC. I'm not going to worry about that one. I think everyone was too busy looking at the quakes in Turkey to have really a hit on that one. We do see a new fresh quake flashing right here in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria again, and that is a 1.8 from yesterday at 14:37. I don't think they got anything newer than that. Looking at what we see for the 8th, we don't have any. So that is it for our earthquakes. I'm going to skip the volcano map today. That when we come back from the break, we will start addressing the SO2 map, and then we will take a look at what we've got going on. I think it's the time. Okay, yeah, I got that. Stunning that high magnitude aftershocks are still going on. Yeah, it is actually, Cookster, very, very frightening actually. You know, seeing stuff like a 5.4 still popping up in there. You'd figure that you'd see a bunch smaller quakes at this point in time. So, you know, it is really a rough area. Anyway, you guys, I'm going to take another break. My throat definitely needs it, and we need to try to keep the thing a little shorter. So don't go away. Keep smiling. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a shot. Help us out. We are definitely trying to get in as many of those likes as possible to get the YouTube analytics pushing our stream forward a little bit more, so we get more people in here. And on that note, also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you feel that what you're seeing is worthy and we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back. Recalculating? Oh no, don't recalculate. I'll be back. Keep smiling. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I see we have a few less people already in here again, so yep, I think they're dropping like flies. Everybody is starting to fall asleep, and that they've got things to do, and they can't sit there all night long, and that's okay. Thank you for the welcome back from Sue and Thor. I appreciate that. And of course, let us get over to our wonderful SO2 map now. Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Did you get your lovely singers to help you out with singing that yet? You need to do that, you know that. we need that recording. And that'll be awesome. In multi-stage tones, stuff I can't do, so pretty cool. No, I'm sure she doesn't sound like that, Bob, but I gotta do what I gotta do, and that's try to come up with some kind of facsimile of that voice. I have no idea what Sharon sounds like. I'm sure she's got a pleasant voice. It's just mine is not like that, okay? That's all I gotta say. Anyway, let's get over to our SO2 and have a look at it. Anyway, what LL? We all each sing with the director. Maybe they can be a background. Oh, okay. That'll be really cool and interesting. Anyway, my curiosity is up. We are still seeing a very, very massive amount of SO2 being generated here. We know that is not from Shivelish and Bezimiani, and those are up further. This has got to be Karimsky or one of his buddies down on the bottom. That's all I can think. Anyway, that actually let's cheat here for a second, and we are going to go over and just have a quick look at our volcano map for a second. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, hang on. No, that is definitely not. So if we zoom in here, looking at the bottom, I'm just gonna change it in a second here. I know I'm not haven't got you guys on the screen yet. All right, let's go over here and just look at this for a second, because up in the north, there and there. So if you take these points of reference in this bay, this is where Bezimiani and Shivelish are. So I'm researching those Kamchatka volcanoes. It may be Motnovsky or Avanshinsky or Goreli. Okay, and that is interesting. So if we zoom in here and look, let's put the other ones on the map here, the ones that they say are not active. And so let's see which ones. It could be something down here. Koryaski. Yeah, sure. Avalanshinsky. Could be that one. Yeah, that could be one of those. 100. It's one. Yeah, there are hundreds of volcanoes on Kamchatka. You bet. When we look and zoom out, you can literally see. And folks, she wasn't joking. And there's lots, and there's lots. But what we're seeing here is, this is that one bay, and then this is the other bay, and we're seeing it coming from that area. Let's go over to the map here for a second and look. And Whoop, I moved that. I'm on the wrong map here trying to do this. When we zoom in, we see that kind of emanating from this area. So the other one, this is the other bay, so our two are up here that are active. The other ones down here are all showing inactive. It could even be something here, or it might even be two of them, the one further in the back. So it's very, very hard to say or try to guess which one is actually producing all that SO2. So yeah, that'd be interesting. Sue, if you can figure something out there, that'd be awesome. Anyway, looking at what we see, we do see some stuff coming off of this area here, and I'm kind of wondering what might be going on there as well, because that might be one of the other ones. Let's go back to our volcano map for a second, and I don't believe that is a pulp plant or anything like that. If we zoom out, whoops, zoom out and slide over, that again was coming in somewhere in here, and that could be something around this area, and I'm not sure which one it could be, but there's a bunch in there that aren't even named. Trident is there. I wonder if it might be a trident, because we know we had previous activity from it. And if we go further back this way, there's all kinds of other ones there as well. So hard to say what is active. You can also see a lot of volcanoes to research. Yeah, there is just, well, literally we've got over 1,600 different volcanoes on the planet that are in green. Or 1,400 and some, sorry, 1,400. And then the other ones are the ones that are active, right? So if we get rid of that and put go from unrest and that, you can see where they are. And right now, the ones we're kind of wondering is right in here and right in here. So going back to that map, you can see in between the islands here. So is there something going on there, right? We don't know. But anyway, let me get back to the SO2 map, and wrong buttons. We'll zoom back out. Looking at, though, North America in general is lightened up as far as the SO2, with the exception of up here in Alaska. So that is actually a bonus and a benefit. And looking down here, we aren't that heavy in Mexico either right now. We do see that is kind of we've got a system in here twirling some of that out, pulling the stuff out into the Pacific, and then pushing it back across Mexico, and then a portion of the Gulf of Mexico and upward towards the Great Lakes there. And of course, as we go down, we do see some volcanic activity there in that'd be where is that? The Nicaragua? No, next one down would be Costa Rica, and then of course over here, this would be Nevado del Ruiz. And then of course, looking at our stuff from Chile, not so bad at all compared to what has happened in the past. Zooming out a little bit, we do still see a lot of SO2 in the air down around the Antarctic, and that again is still that stuff that's floating around from, you know, not being washed out of the sky by a snow or rain, and we do see that. Thor says, my grandson is angry with me because he can't come with me to Turkey this time. Promised him that I'll get a load of turkey, a load to Turkey later this year. Oh boy, yep. Thor, that's too bad, but sometimes the younger ones need to understand that they can't always go along. I'll get a co-driver for the trip, so we need both beds. There you go. And yeah, hopefully he'll understand. Anyway, White Isle volcano continuing to do its thing. The refineries here near Melbourne are doing their thing, unless Leo's got a barbecue going, I don't know. And of course, looking at what we've got here around Sydney or north of Sydney, we do have the coking plants up there. And then we've got out here Tofua, and that is in Tonga. Vanuatu is still working away. Doesn't look as bad today as what it was. Same thing goes with Papua New Guinea and these other areas up here, Ibu and Dakono, a little easier today as well, and all the way through the Java, not that bad. Same thing with Sumatra, a lot easier going from what we see. Same thing with the Philippines, not so bad. Moving up a little bit, Taiwan, or yeah, Taiwan not that bad, and we do see here a little bit more stuff. I don't know if this plume from Suwanoshijima, how much of it is pushing up there, but we definitely see up here from Sakurajima and possibly from Aso. Aso would be adding to it up in this top area. So definitely a little bit more SO2 output there. And then of course this is our mystery yet. Only a couple hundred volcanoes to look at to try to figure out where that's coming from, and that is kind of what it is. And then we see other stuff here. Of course, in China, pretty bad looking. Looks like the up here in the Himalayas, though, and that's pretty clean. And India, pretty normal. And looking at what we see, not so bad there today in South Africa. Same thing with DR Congo there. And of course, hard to tell where Eruption actually is in this, because it looks like some of that is pluming around and making circles here. Eruption may have gone active as well. A little bit more SO2 from there. And we see our spots for the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iraq and Iran, of course. And looking at Etna, well, I don't think that's Etna. I'm wondering where that's coming from. Is that from Etna, or is that from a volcano or Stromboli? Or have we got something else going on here? Really hard to tell where that's coming from, because it's off the coast. And of course, just to kind of zoom in here a little bit, Etna is over here. So, you know, that makes you wonder. And Stromboli is right in here. And Volcano is in here somewhere, one of these two islands, I think this one. So major plume, though. Is there a possibility that we have something going on one of the other islands that we don't know about yet? Not bad for Spain. Looks like France has got a little bit. Germany, a bit of SO2 up in Denmark and southern Sweden, as well as Norway. Up in the north, though, looks pretty clear. England, very low levels, not bad at all in England and Scotland and Wales. And pretty clear there for Irish Monk and Ireland. And looking at what we've got here, not bad for Iceland. No major stuff. Submarine volcano, maybe? That's what I was thinking, Sue. There is that one that is just off. Let's zoom back in here. There is one that is right in here. There is one, and I'm on this map, of course it doesn't show it, but I'm wondering if we have another one popping. You know, I didn't think this one would pop. I thought maybe we would see the one that's over here. Where is it? Where's the three islands? Right in here. What do they call this one? Saint Mary or something. Anyway, I thought maybe that one would pop because of all the quakes, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. The other one that we needed to worry about is way out here, and that is not going to pop for a while. But you never know what's going on. Anyway, let's take a look at a fresh map for our weather. And I want to zoom out, and we will start with that real quick before I take my next break. And we'll start looking at Canada. We do see up here in Alaska and northern portions of Canada still very cold, and that goes all the way down to Quebec. But we notice that is moving up a little bit, which is really nice to see. Vancouver coming in at about 6 degrees Celsius. Out there on the rock where Bob is probably about 3 or 4 degrees, not so bad. So that is okay. Looking at Edmonton, we see -3 Celsius right now on this map, -5 in Calgary. It's colder than Edmonton. Whoa, that is not good. Kananaskis country, I got about -6 there in Swift Current in Saskatchewan, and sliding over. Looks like Winnipeg is warm at the -1 degree. Sliding over some more. It looks like the Great Lake areas are a little bit warmer today as well. Toronto at 1 or 2, London at 0 or 1, Detroit at 1, Chicago where Tom and Pepper are 1 degree, and then I don't know where Henry Nelson is actually at, but Grand Rapids about 0 right there. And as we go up, Montreal -1, Quebec City a lot colder at -9. We see northern New Brunswick down to -14 in some spots. Looking a lot better there for our areas in Nova Scotia. 0 in Halifax according to the map. Probably about the same there in Cole Harbour. 1 degree in Cole Harbour. That is awesome. And a bit warmer than what you had before. Getting back to the tropical lands you had. Out here in the peninsulas, we do see a -1 to about -4, and the interior of Newfoundland a little bit colder at -7, -8. Labrador up top here, and we're seeing in the low -20 range, and of course Quebec a lot colder than that, mid -20 range and colder. Sliding over real quick to Portland, we have 7 degrees Celsius there. San Jose is about 12, 13 in Los Angeles. And looking at Death Valley will be somewhere around 17, 18. Let's see, where is it? It didn't come up yet. Okay, it will, I'm sure, while I'm doing that. 13 in Las Vegas, and Death Valley died. Try that again, Sue. I think that might have been just because Cookster and you did that at the same time, and the weather bot got throttled. We got 15 degrees Celsius there in Mexicali, about 13 or 14 there. Okay, there it goes, 17 in Death Valley. So, yeah, that's what we got. And, yeah, 13 in Phoenix, 14 in Phoenix, 11 in Tucson. I was moving over, looking at Albuquerque, 3 degrees. Real quick, peak southern areas here. Not quite as warm as yesterday, but still better than what they've had. 11 in San Antonio, 10 in Houston. Austin coming in at about 10. Dallas a little bit colder at 6 degrees. And here's the cut here where the hot stuff is. New Orleans 21, 22 degrees. And Mobile, Alabama 18. Tallahassee coming in at 17. Jacksonville at 17. And down here in Miami, and we've got 22 right now. Sliding up a little bit more, looking at Atlanta is at 13 degrees. Charlotte, North Carolina 14 or 13. Grandma B's house coming in at 12 degrees Celsius, so about 54 Fahrenheit. And going here, 8 degrees in Virginia Beach, going up to Philadelphia, 5, New York, 4, and Boston hitting, where's Boston? It's hiding after 3 degrees. And it is time for a break. We will continue on with Mexico after the break. So I reincarnated the weather for Death Valley. 17 Celsius. That's not bad. We won't die. It won't die. Don't go away. I'm going to put you back onto a volcano. It's a lot hotter there. And that, of course, is Hawaii. And if you type in weather at Kilauea, you'll find out what the temperature is there. I'm curious. Anyway, for those good folks here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Give it a shot. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do that. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to take a break, and I will be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. Microphone is back on. So welcome back, everyone. I see we've got 25 people left, and that is awesome. All right, thank you for the welcome back there, Sue. And I was just looking at this picture, and I hear you, DrFox2000. Is my singing getting better, Sharon? Anyway, that is awesome. Looking at what we're seeing on that camera shot of Kilauea, you notice the lava down on the bottom right-hand side. We are seeing some lava lines, and I'm just wondering if it shows us on one of the other shots real quick before we go back over to the other one. I want to see. I'm curious. Always curious when we see this stuff. Let's refresh that and see what we've got going on there. Looks like, yeah, we got a spill happening out of that little vent here, and it is fairly large, very, very large. So that is being more active, and this is our primary vent right now, the one we've been watching fountaining up, but this looks like it is spilled again. So it's definitely increased in size. A quick peek at the thermal. Let's refresh that and look. And oh yeah, look at that, eh? Definitely a lot of lava coming out of that spot. So that is something interesting. Are we going to see a change in location here? And is this migrating now? So I just wanted to point that out before we, before we do anything else. Don't see anything down on the bottom, but definitely see a big change here. So where's my mouse? I don't see my mouse. Hang on, where'd my mouse go? Somebody broke my mouse. Oh, hang on, I know what it is. It's here. There, so we definitely see this. So that's our original spout, and now we're seeing this pouring out. So definitely something happening. Yeah, Hammy the hamster. Hammy was hiding. He likes to hide. Well, actually, I turn because I do stuff in the background, so I don't want you guys always seeing the mouse zipping across back and forth as I'm changing things, right? But yeah, that is what we're seeing there. So that is something that is of interest, and we'll maybe have to have a look at it. I'm going to take a quick snapshot of that so we can have something to compare to tomorrow. And we'll see. Anyway, let's get back over to our other map and continue on with Mexico. And we see the cold still pushing down the Baja here, and of course we see the colder greenish areas there in Mexico, and only about 13 in Mexico City right now. It is late in the evening already, and we've got 26 in Acapulco. Cancun, not so hot, about 25 right now. Going down into Colombia, we see still some 30-degree temperatures. Same with here in Venezuela, some fairly high temps. Not bad for the rainforest there in Brazil and those areas. And of course, we look at Peru and Bolivia here, not bad. A little bit warmer in Paraguay again, looking at 26, 27 degrees still this late in the evening. That's fairly hot for them. Same thing with Argentina, going all the way through and all the way down to the bottom. So Argentina's got some very nice temperatures. Rio de Janeiro only about 22 right now. Sao Paulo about 19. Buenos Aires about 26. Zooming in, and Paysandú coming in at 27 degrees right now for Mr. Irish Monk, so he knows what the Monkus' temperature is. Let's slide over to New Zealand real quick. Take a look. They are a lot cooler today. 16 in Christchurch, and it looks like they're getting that colder blow from down in the Antarctic coming up because of the lows pulling it up there. North Island, on the other hand, looks pretty warm or nice. 17 in Wellington, Taupo being around 19-20 degrees. Auckland a little bit warmer at 21, and up here on the peninsula all the way up to 24 in some spots. So not bad. Quick peek over here. Oh, it's a high that's rotating in here, helping bring that cold in. That's what it is. Hobart coming in at 20, and of course that is not bad for most of those areas. 23 in some higher or lower elevations, and we like that, so not bad. 24 in Melbourne right now. Adelaide coming in about 31, and we see all that red in here, boy, that is, or purple almost, that is not good for them. 23 in Sydney, home of Oz. Oz coming in at a pleasant 27 degrees. I think Oz picked the right place to live there in Brisbane. And we see the very hot temperatures in the outback. 40 or 41. We see some 42s in there before. There it is. And maybe even a little bit higher. I've seen a 43. I haven't seen any 44s yet, but I'm sure there's probably a few isolated spots that are up there at that 44 degree mark. Perth coming in at 27, and let's skip some of these other ones. We know it's about 28 in Fiji and 27 there. We do see this Gabrielle now that turned into a storm. That's not so good for those guys in that area. And 29, 28 there in Vanuatu. We see the Papua New Guinea island area here coming in at about, I don't know, 30 in some spots, 31, 33 in the hot spots. Eastern Eastern Indonesia, same thing on that island. Here's Freddy, the other storm, and then we've got a 94S over there as well. They haven't named it, but I'm sure it will get bigger. Looks like a lot warmer there in looking at Java, Sumatra, not quite as bad. And Bangkok coming in at about 30, 31 degrees. Yep, there we go. Thank you, Sue, and that is pretty awesome. Manila 31 degrees, 32 degrees, sliding up. We do see the big temperature split, but still quite warm there in Taiwan. And looking at what we see on the bottom end, Kagoshima coming in at about 12 degrees right now. And looking at the bottom end, not bad for Japan right now. That's a little bit warmer than the last week was. 9 in Tokyo. That is a little cooler than yesterday. I think we had 11 there yesterday. I don't recall, but anyway, some of the lower temperatures again are kind of sneaking in across the Sea of Japan, and looks like a little cooler. We had 4 degrees, -4 there yesterday in Sapporo. Today is a -7, and some of the cold points here -15. Going up Kamchatka Peninsula, yeah, all kinds of different temperatures. That's okay. Let's boogie on over and take a look. Sri Lanka, 25, 26, 23 in a couple spots, pretty normal. Delhi coming in at 12. That's a little better than what they had before. Last week, that is, and looks like Cape Town about 19 right now, and moving up, looking at Africa, pretty normal. Looks like the cold is starting to push up a little bit, which is probably good, but still only 6 degrees in Cairo. That's not so good. Casablanca coming in at 14 over there, and we'll not worry about Yemen and Oman so much, and UAE from about 17 to about 19 degrees. And of course, those good people here in Turkey, -2, some of the areas up a little further north, minus up to down to -10, -11. That's not good for them. It looks like a -6 here in what is it? Malatya, if I said it right. So, yeah, and that is all earthquake area, and you know, minus 13, minus 14, and a lot of homeless people. So, bad. Adana, not so bad at 1 degree. And looking at what we see for a Piggy, 6, it says on the map here, 7, yeah, 7 degrees, that's about right, thanks Sue. Sliding over a little bit more, taking a look over here at Sicily, Randazzo, coming in at, looks like about -1 according to this, but we'll see. It should be pretty close to that. And looks like not bad though around the edges, 2 degrees. There you go, that's not so bad. Naples coming in at about 6 or 7. Rome a little bit cooler at 1. Milano up here 0. Pardon me. And then we have very low to negative temperatures there in Sardinia. Moving over a little bit. And looking at Madrid, 5 degrees right now. That's a heck of a lot warmer than what they've been seeing. For Aurelio, he's got still a 1 degree. Looks like a little bit warmer though for our good people in Portugal, and sliding up into France. Looks like they are still got some cold temperatures. Natal, what is it? Nantes, there we go, -1 right now. Paris looks like -3. Burr. Munich coming in at -7. Frankfurt looks like a -5. Cologne coming in at about -2. Von Kunkel's house about -2. And looking over here, I do see a 0 in Amsterdam. And looks like Brussels a -2. Oh, if you Lux be around a -4, -5, plug in that spaceship, buddy. And Berlin looking at a -4. Hamburg -2 right now. A little bit warmer up in Copenhagen at 0 or 1. And Aarhus coming in about a 1 degree there. Looks like Oslo's got the banana belt happening, and they are 2 or 3 degrees. The same thing over here, 1 degree in Stockholm. Going over to St. Petersburg, looks like the same thing, 1 degree. Moscow coming in at a -3. And let's not forget England. Looks like the southern portion of England, very, very cold. London coming in at 1. Looks like Wales is a lot warmer, looking at all the way up to 9 out here in the western coastline. And Leeds coming in at about 5 degrees. Going up here, Glasgow coming in at 4, and Aberdeen up here as 4 as well, but they do have some colder temperatures in the higher elevations. And looking at what we've got there for Irish Monk tonight, looks like about 3 or 4 degrees, and not that warm for him. Dublin coming in at 3, and I think, yeah, oh, it actually says 6. So maybe it warmed up, some of that warm air pushed in. That would be good for him. And looking really quickly over here at Reykjavik, looks like a -4. And notice the curvature here changed. They're getting that cold air blowing in again. And they're not getting the tropical air from the banana belt here. -4. Thank you, Sue. Let's take a quick look at precipitation. Not going to spend a lot of time on this. So all the way along the west coast, we see some rain and snow from about Seattle on north up to into Alaska. And let's see a little bit in the Rockies, not much snow there. We do see southern Saskatchewan and into Montana. We got some snow and ice rain. Same thing with areas of southern Manitoba. We do see a little bit of snow along the western portions of Hudson's Bay. Looks pretty good around the Great Lakes right now. Not so bad. And then looking over here at Sue's place, No rain right now, but we do see snow out in Newfoundland, and that is what we got there. And this is developing into a nasty storm system coming in and through the Midwest area from, it's a little bit in Texas, but looks like Arkansas and, of course, Oklahoma getting some of that, Kansas, and moving on up, and even a little bit into Tennessee, I think, and of course Louisiana and Mississippi getting nailed, even going up into where's Indianapolis is in Ohio, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, they're getting some of that, and that's not so good for those people. So hopefully it'll be better soon. And looking at Central America, not that bad. We do see rain in the rainforest, still stormy just north of Rio. And let's see, Paysandú might be getting a little bit of rain here in the near future, but nothing too much. We do see some rain in the areas there in Argentina, and of course down here on the southern tip of the continent, as well as in Chile, in the fjords and stuff. They are getting some rain. Not very much rain in southern Ireland, less than I thought, and we do see some on the northern island bottom end here in New Zealand. That's not so bad. No rain in Tasmania. We do see this, a storm over a Sydney area and Canberra and that going up there in the eastern portion of their breadbasket, if you will. And of course this Gabrielle doing its thing for those people. I don't know which way that's going to go yet. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Papua New Guinea and eastern Indonesia, actually most of Indonesia getting nailed with rain. We do see a little bit there up north of east of Bangkok, and looks like we are seeing some here in China with rain and snow mix. Moving up a little bit more, we do see some snow in northern Japan, not a surprise, and Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see a low making a mess up here, and they are likely getting snow and rain mixed. Looking at what we see in the Indian Ocean, of course, we already said Freddy is there. 94S is still doing its thing, and you can bet your booties that this low is going to turn into some kind of a storm as well. Here's a big arc happening because you got a low down here fighting with that high over there, and the southern portions of southeastern portions of Africa are going to get some rain. And looking in at what we've got, looks like not so much snow though right now for those people there in Turkey and northern Syria, which is probably good. But we do see it storming down here in Malta area and those places, and Sicily, and the bottom end of the Italian country. So, and looks like Sardinia, east coast getting it. Some rain in Spain. So you better take a train because you don't want to take a plane. Anyway, never mind. Bad rhyming. Okay. France, not bad, nothing there. Looking at what we see in Germany, Holland, and Luxembourg, and Belgium, they're all pretty good. Looks like pretty good there in Denmark as well. But even up here in Sweden, not bad, but all the way through Norway from one end to the other, they are getting hammered, and with snow and rain along that coastline, that is just horrendous. And looks like some snow there in Finland as well. Snow in Iceland, and well, we already know that they are getting that cold air, and possibly some rain snow mix up in the north here. So that's it for our basic weather. Let's take a quick look and see if we can find the coldest places on the planet. And I am going to probably let Sue in because I'm going to be searching very quickly here. We see a 47 in Antarctica is what I see there. There's a low. Let's check around it. So a 47 so far, 45, 41. Yeah, I'm going to stick with a 47 because that's what I see. Right there, 47. So we'll leave that one be. Let's take a look at Greenland really quickly and see what we can find there. And we're already down to minus 48 there already. Holy Batman, cold in Greenland right now. 49. Ooh, brr, minus 50. Let's see if we can find anything really quickly that is colder than minus 50. And do we have a minus 51? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't see a minus 51 yet. Minus 48. Minus 50. There probably is a minus 51 in here. It's just I'm probably not going to find it unless I go really, really slow. So, oh, there it is, a minus 51. Do we have a minus 52? Just zooming in on that, looking at that area. Oh, hang on. I just seen it. There it is, a minus 52. We do have a minus 52 there, right there on the screen. So minus 52 in Greenland. And I think I'm going to leave it there at a minus 52. Let's go over to our Canadian Arctic and see what we can find there. And we'll find the coldest temperatures we've got there. Minus 49 so far. Anything colder right there? Oh, I see a minus 50. And do we have a minus 51? I don't see a minus 51 there. Let's go check our other secret places down here. No, not happening, not happening. The lakes, no, check the lakes, he says. Check the lakes, always check the lakes. Minus 46, no, minus 47. We see it warmer above. We don't see anything there yet. What about over here? Nope, warmer, warmer, warmer. Oh, and there's a minus 48. We already got minus 50, so let's, oh, there's a minus 49 in here. Minus 49. Not seeing anything colder there. So a minus 40, well, we got minus 50 already. So let's see if we got anything colder. Let me go and travel to a couple other places. There's a minus 47. Don't see anything there. What about these islands up here? No, minus 40s. What about the mainland? Sometimes we get really cold stuff here. Nope, nope, nope. Minus 43. No, oh, 43. Oh, there we go. Minus 50. 49. Where's that 50? I seen it. And there's a 47, 48. It did show minus 50 there for a second. So we want to find it. 45. There's a minus 50. Let's see, do we have anything else colder than a minus 50? Minus 50. I think I'm going to have to live with that minus 50. We got two spots with minus 50 so far. Does that mean it's minus 100? Ha! No, minus 50 is our low temp so far. Anything further in the north? I don't see anything there. What about over here? They are almost tropical. There's a minus 49. Let's see if we find something a little colder. 48. Minus 49. Minus 49. So close and yet so far. Darn it. Minus 47, 46. Gets warmer as the further north we go. So I'm going to stick with a minus 50 for the Great White North for right now. And yep, I'll leave it as a minus 50. Let's get over to Siberia and see if we can find a tropical temperature of about 60 below. There's a minus 48. Let's find something colder than a minus 48. Oh, there's a minus 50. Right in this corner we have a minus 50, minus 51 I seen. And yeah, minus 50, minus 52 in here. Minus 50, where'd you go? 49, 47. We had, oh, there's a minus 52 so far. We'll see if we can find something a little colder. There's always a colder place in Siberia. You can always find a colder place in Siberia. 47, that's not so good. Let's go over here. We got a high sitting in here, keeping it cold. And let's see if we can find a minus 60. There's a minus 47, minus 48. Oh, a minus 48 out there. Minus 43 on that side. So there's that cold band right in there. Don't see it. Minus 46. Ooh, that might be something. Nope, don't see it there. What about on this side? Here's a minus 51. Minus 53. And 52. We see a minus 52. I seen a minus 53 in here, so not sure where it is. There it was, a minus 53. We'll cross over it again. A minus 54. Yep, a minus 54. Well, let's see. Do we have a minus 55? If we go up there. 52, nope. And 44, that's a little warmer. Usually on this elbow here we have something cold. That one is only minus 46 right now. What about here? Minus 47, 48. And interesting to find some of those. So we got minus 54 so far, but I don't know if we can find anything colder. Let me continue searching here for a minute and see if we can spot something real quick. And let's see. Oh, that's a lot warmer over there right now. What about in this area? No, that looks warmer. Way too warm. We need a cold, and that usually comes in the greater plain areas here. Minus 54 we need colder. And oh, I seen a 47 in here. 47. Oh, there's a minus 50 in here. There's a minus 50. What about along this? A minus 48, 49. minus a 48, 47, and yeah, I think minus 49. No, I think I'm gonna stick with that minus 54 I found. That's gonna be it for what I can do for today. So minus 54 is what we've got, and I think I will stick with that. So minus 54 degrees, and that is what I've got. So I'll leave it as that. Thank you, Sharon, for getting that. All right, so it's up to Siberia now. Yep, the referee, and well, what did Sue get? Oh, she got minus 56 in Siberia. No, I think she won. Sue found Dr. Fox cold temp in Antarctica minus 47, 51, and I found a 52 in Greenland. Arctic minus 50. What did I find in Arctic? It was minus 50. Yeah. Sue beats me. Sue won Greenland, and I won Greenland by 1 degree, and Sue found she whooped me by 2 degrees. So she's technically the winner today. She is 1 degree colder than I am. Well, I'll leave it at that, ladies and gentlemen. So Sue gets the flight. She better pack up the goodies for all the animals, and there she goes. I'll go feed the animals in cold places. Excellent. Oh my God, that was a close game. It was, and that is excellent. Let's, after all that cold stuff though, I have to warm back up. Let's go back over here to Hawaii and sit by the fire. And of course, that is Halemaumau crater there at Kilauea. And we are liking what we see, and so pretty awesome. And yeah, Sue beats me by 1 degree. So bon voyage, Sue, and hurry back. It's cold up there. Make sure you leave your heaters on, and warm up at Kilauea. Yep, we're doing that. And that is excellent. That is a wonderful stream tonight, you guys. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And I don't have many people to thank here as far as super chatters or anything. We have Irish Monk as the only super chat tonight. So thank you very kindly, Irish Monk, if you're still hanging in there. And appreciate that wonderful 10 euro super chat. Very kind of you. We don't have any gifting or anything, so that's all okay. And we've had lots from everyone in the last couple of days here, so thank you very kindly, everyone. Also, big thanks to all of you wonderful people that are here, and appreciate each and every one of you being in. And I see we are down to 18. I know a lot have fallen asleep by the wayside, and to be expected when we are running longer shows. I did want to try to cut this down a little bit more. We are only at 4 hours and 8 minutes worth of stream so far, so but we did run, of course, half an hour early as far as starting the show. We always have the pre-show running, but so 4 hours and 39 minutes on the clock so far. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here. Big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman. Hey, why did my computer stop? Oh, no, it hesitated. Okay, that's okay. Big thanks to, of course, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and Piggy does such a wonderful job with those bacon seeds and everything else. She's such a good person. And thank you, C&D Boy, Bob, for being here. Also, Gary, 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and Joseph, Fields Official, and Lucas Snow. Thanks, moderators. I do appreciate everything you guys do. Also, thank you to all of the audience, of course, our lavaliers. Big thank you to Sue for providing all the a lot of that background information on some of the other volcanoes, and it really is awesome, and I do appreciate it. Also, thank you, Sharon Stewart, for being here, and everyone else that is here. So thanks, everyone. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and enjoy yourselves for the rest of the evening or morning or day or afternoon, depending on where you are, since we are around the world. And be good, everyone. And please, please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, good night, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Oink, oink!